kaya tani tamat ko ikayulig sumaytigut ilokanik tamat ko habaw takay kabuta tani ikayoluta ulupak. Amen.
Welcome, colleagues.
Kaya nakabakti habakatit ukot William McDonald min ukot ilihaktot bunga isakto ubone akapera nalaktoan aktot takpikani pulaktot kaya ilit kitkat ukot una tabat kot tabrahapabot na anakto lakri na minihitangat tabraw kot na 1600 tun in matkot GNWT na ilyaka himagay tayo na tunagalan 1600 tun tamatko malawatalit tabralo tayo na tamatko na utok kanago lutin tamatko pilyagatin tabraw ko utok kanat na hanayak magay kanolo tamatko na pilyaw ta na kaluwit tayo na lo tamatko nga kanuhin nilakan niya ako tinikan niya ako tsakamata tabraw tayo na kanokolo tamatko na munakin niya liit kahit kanok inyo niya ako tingit kanokolo taman na kinyawa nikit na aki atok kaming tamatko tabraw tayo na ikayuti liit katam na kinyawa o kakti tabraw na ilirakput 2200 dun mani territories ni itut tabraw tayo na tanggung itchot na akila ako ting tayo na taktila kiraktut tayo na kemaritamat ko tayo na tunaglan tabraw tak kanak himawe kanya ako midung tam na malako talayak na tabraw tayo na ilan ni akili nakilakatakak tutamat ko din na pakirut ay ikayutingit tabraw tayo na ikilkaktok tam na nakilkaktok tayo na uwagot tayo na atukakput matkot mani inyuniaktot tabraw tayo na ilanip tayo ka alanik na tamat ko nga akiliakranik marihakaktot 2021 mi tabraw tamat ko din na ilyakirabot tayo tamat ko isumagiblyugit tabraw tayo na tamat ko din na mani anak to alakaridi na ikihlilaligit ka at akisrangat tayo na marihenik tao kakoktot nagalonin na akiliraktot tamat ko nga ukakti tap ko alo tayo na tamat ko tayo na matko din na Canada mi aglakimarutit na inigiblyugo taman na mani nunapting ni tabraw tamat ko din na habaktot tabraw tamat ko din na naptawkit na akiliyo ako tingin na akiliyakanaktok na ilan ni una insurance nikpilakagatay na akilakaktot tamat ko din na hutlugala guming taman na ikayutik rakiblyugo tam na tabraw tayo na tunaglanin na kuchikiblyugo tam na o kakalakiga tabraw tayo na tam ko din na aglaktat na titiktakalugit litsurip kakavlugit tamat kualu taman kakihawratigun tayo na kakihawratigun litsurip kakaributi ni tamat ko dilihimauktot nagalu ni litsuruktot tabraw na mani tam na pinyaka na piyaktok ilihiman naka na piyaktok tam na Tabra tam na kay na ilihak peak tugut tap temo na ilihak tugut ilo kata kano heraw tikrangin ni tamat ko dan nektot tabra lutay na kano ko tamat ko na an nekto lakirit na tamat ko ato krangin an nekto anon tabra lutay na tabra tamat ko na pinyapiak lugit Habaw tayo piyakluit tayo na ukto ka magibot. Ilokay niyik tayo tamat ko dit na ili tutkik manaya piyakluit tutkik manaya kakibot tamat ko habaw tayo kabudan na akto alakin niya. Kaya nakpag.
Speaker.
We've got top got Arctic Energy Alliance 25th anniversary mika top got taman manitok at 25 years dun ukiunik. We've got kanoka ikayo na akluit top got greenhouse gas niktay hugay to got kanoka ikayo lugit kanoka ikayo lugit tap got unakinyak tot ilungnik kanoka ikayo lugit pinyak lugit tap o got tao ka ikayo lugit ni ay mabini nagalunin habagwing mi kanoka ikayo naklugit tap habagak tot habagak Ukata ikayo nakugay to got in 1997 mi tam na pinyak to ako pihak to tam na time ani kanitun ukuni hamma haba 25 years tun hamma manitok ukat kanok ikayo naklugit tap ko tinyuit kanok inyunik tot kanok nako kilugutam na kanok inyuhek na kanyaklu hagalunin nako kanyaklu kanok inyurot ukat inyuit ukakti ukat kanok pinyak tot bilyar ikayo nak $2.4 million din atulingin niya katam na manik kanok ikayo nakluwit tap kot inuit 2020 tap kot una uktokanak piligin niya katam na hydromic pihuga tam na taniktun hydro imakamika kanok torluting hangarok pangnika atornektot kanok tab $1.7 million tun atulagan yakot carbon nika dahugay tukot akiliranak kavamanun akilipakanak kavamanun kanok Ukata kanok 6 million tam na kay marok kanok maningnik atonak 2,802 tapkot kahit silingin niya kot kano ka inyong nun tam kano humila ka inyaranip daw ka itot kayo ko na akluit ukot greenhouse gas emission miktay hugay tukot gasoline ka tulay chot kano ka taktuyak tuk ukot taktuyak tuk mi tuturak tuk mi atuligin niya katam na kano ka ato ko na akluitam na kano ka Ochronika atulagnak, ochrolungnika tulagnak ukot gas emissions miktay hugay kano ka 15% dun hamma mikligirok ko na 2030 mi ukot daw ka kano habang makta daw tu kigatam na 25 years dun ahin hipalik nagalunin 25 years bifarlu kaya nak
ukot mani Northern Territories ni kabamarot mani matkot isumagibligit mani nyumniaktot tabra ukot grahe mga mataptok nagalunin matkotit na kanok huraka-huraktot ikayo ko na yakakibot tabra kabamarot mani ubani tayo na tabra ilyokay kuting kihon nila ka ilyokay tiluting tayo na ito naglan tamatkot kayo tinakaktot apan mo tabra lo tamatkot isumagibligit inyo na ako tingit inyo na ako tingit atoktit niya akluit mani huraka mata tabralo tayo na yung miktigon ka ba makaktot matkot tangong itcho tamar kuningalo yung nakawala ni ilan nakakatsuri rakto tamar tamat kuninga ukto aktil lugit tabralo tayo tabang ni awlak to kamamata awlak ta kamata tabra ikayok lugit tayo na kano ko ting kano kinyaranik mat ko nga ato kayo kakigait mat ko awlaw totin na awlaw tot nagaluni ili rirot tabani kalong ni akademik inyo ni akademik tabani awlak to kaming 2019 tamat ko pihuligin niya ko tabra agalak tanik ay pihuk taming nik agalalgin niya ko tabi kakaklo man na Northern Territories tayo na ilyakiligin niya kot. Tamat ko alo tayo na ilyahaktot, kutsik to ni ilyahaktot. Tayo na lo tabi tayo na tunaglan, 19 kiyakit na ilyahakbi tabi tayo na tunaglan. Tayo na ikayo ligin niya kahit ikayo kimaligid kibut tayo na awlaka-raktot. Tayo nalo tabra ikayo na halugit kano ka tamat ko no takkat ikayo halugit isang matigipiyakibot tabra tam na North Slave mi una isak tawik itkagiligin mi bot tabra ni kayo niya kaktugodin yung tabra ni tonik na ilan niya awlakak tilugit na nakaktok tilugit tayo nalut ilihawra ka mata taba ni awlak to ko nibig awlak to ko tingin na ilihawri raktot ilihaktot tamat ko nga tabalo tayo na kanok ka ang unaktot tabay sumalo ilit kay tamat ko nuna tabalo tayo na tamat ko din nagalak tanik pihuk taming ay chok kamaligit katigut tamat ko tawak tabra tayo na ang unaktot tawak na amingit na tunay katunay o kay raktot tabra tawak tayo na muna kaya tsakibot tamat ko din na kanok tunay o kay niyaktot tabra tamat ko nga ikayo kakibot ilo kata 2021 me 23 munaglan tamat ko din na ang uniaktot na galuni na nakaaktot tabrelo kanyag tayo na munakaligit sa kaibot tayo na huraka mata $346,000 dun tayo na kinyaranik ato ko na linya ko tabrani tabrelo tayo na tinagalani na $60,000 dun luni tabra ato ko na ligit sutap ko na tamat ko di kayo raw aulaw tirakakto na ilaw tibiwit taban Alberta mi huraka tilangit ta kilihaman yakaktuot tabrelo tayo na kanok tamat ko nga kaving nik tak tamat ko na nakaktok tayo tagpapani ilitso kaligit kibot tabrelo tayo naptak mani NWT me kanoharaw tingi tamat ko muna amenyik na galuni nagarutinik kanohinig lakay na nakaktok tot tap ko tak tabra naing miktigun ka ba makaktot tayo na habakrakaktugut huli hibunip tingni tap ko lu tabra tayo na aulaw tirak luwit nutakat na galuni ilahaw tiblugit kanok inyo na ako tingin niktaban ko yung nakpat
Here results minukala.
Seniors pop.
Ukat inuit tabra ikayo nakiritap kot inuit akwat inyait igluichut kanok review large miktai hugay tam na ay mabingat inyait February mitam na
For at least another 5 years. The minister further stated that
ukat midinta ko na kalalagin niya ko ukat kanok review large miktai hugay to na ay mabingat inyait kanok ikayo ko nakirito kot kanok pinyak patap kot habak pang nika munakri kanok ikayo ko nakpatitam kot ukot tao ka tam na iglok pakpak tam na kanok tutkik nakpatit kot kanok tam naptaw ka inyay inyingat kanok tam naptaw ka igiluitsok tam na nunabik nunatam na anu pikrifal lang nakto nga
Okakti. Tabraw na ilihaktot na malakotali kaktut kanolo tamat ko di sumagli kit kamat ko di ilihaktot inawrapting ni kanolo tamat na angalan nita ningat nutak kapting ni ilihakto ni tabraw taman tam na ilihimaw kiga tayo nalo na tam tabra ilikangat malako taliaw huklu tabra tay na ataramik tay na tabra tamat ko din na tangungitso tangurualo tabra tamat tay na isumatigipiyakit ka tabra ilihimahong naktut mat ko nga awla ko din na nutakat awlak tiluwi dilakakit takangit residential school mig pinakigay tayo mani awla ko ting tayo na ilaharak taktot. Tabra, tam na, tabra tayo na, Tabra tuma inyu na ay rakakalugit tabra. Tabra tamat kot akralik pagkun awlak tot. Tabra tamat tait na tabra tamat kot habak tot kihenik nutakangit. Tamat kuno nga akralik akaktot ilya kaya akoting. Tabalutay na tabatam na isumagilagput nagalunin pinyakalagput. Pas 2, tuglet, tabrilo kating. Ilokainik tamat kod ilihakakakto tabra pirakigay. Ikip kaya tap ti mga akaligak pang manpasmik pirakagatam na nutakkanik inyugek doon agrallarok. Tabra na ubani ihumiyakawik pagput na tait na. Tabra ilokata ili mahong naktigut kanok ang alarutik rangin nik tamat kot. Tabra lutay na tataw chikunin na tamat kot na ingmiktigun ka ba makaktod habakatigilabot. Tabra tamat kot ta kisamalo takigibot matkot. Matkot at hibulak kanok nalurugut kanok himmaw kanyak tila krangit tamat kop tak tay na akralik pait na agral guruat nutak kanik tamar ilangit tak tafin mute akralik kaming kayan tabra tam na okafala tunga na okapalap kalakpan nga. Kaya nagangit siya magpichok. Pingayot. Tabalo tayo na tunagalan. Matkot minihitaro din na kanok tamatkot himaw hilya patigit. Tabra himaw halitigit. Tabalo tayo na tun kaba mauro tu na ukoding mikting unta kalang ulang magay himaw hilyam migay tamat kuno nga nakuron mikin na kanokolo tamat ko himaw hektat kanokakaluit himaw ti himaw hekaniak patigit. Tabalo na isumatigay uti naktok tam na minihitawrak iraktong naktok mahunik. Tabalo tak tait na kanok kaba ingmiktiyon kaba makaktonik na tuhap kakti takalwaka tam na minihitak ilitsura hukuting kanokolo tabalo tamat kotin na hibunik ranga tukot hibuniyok tit minihitawro tait na tabra ilokating humiyok tuat malako taliak pangmi tabra tamat kotin na isumatigay. O kakte, tabra tamat kotin na tamat kotin tangungit chotin na tunuan ni umaakaliak pam agrakayay. Tangungit chot nutakat. Tabra tamat kotin lihimagibutin na ilimanaktok unatay na kanok tamat kotin na tangulo taningnalo tayo na abihilugik tayo na isa tabro nga argakagay humunlaka awlaw ti kaming tigid. Tabra na ilitsaka hupiakaga nagaluni ilitsaka hupiak tigut kanok taman na angalatsin yak toanik. Tabalo tayo na kanok awlan niyak tilanga hihimi ako tigilanga o kakte. Tabalo ko na alanikit na ihuma rip kapting nikit na o kakta ilitsakip kaita inyong nun kanok. Tabalo na ano pa ako tam na ilihak to ni minihitawrok o kakatigid lang niya kaya. Kaya nak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kaya nakakakti. Got tin can hill mika daihuga to na nuna kanok ukot kam ila ni piraro rita tap kuning tam skidunik tahu gaita tam na apukun aulak urak tam na koyanak Ugataka Yellowknife campus nika dahugaita Polytech University mik dahugaita na iliharik pak Ugataka kanoka tam na pinyak patit kanoka ugat kanoka iliharik pang mika napanyak pat kanok maning ni katokonak tut kanok aniramik kanok ugat Inuit mani Tin Can Hill nik dahuga tam na kanok pirakvik kanok nakpak Ugata kanok pinyak pat kanok ugata ito tamani unami Great Slave me 1.9% tap tabaratok ukata kanok tap anidar hurut kanok 9% hamma tap anidaw kilinya ko tap kanok nalagtor na piti git tap inyuit pihuktat koyanak nunak munmi
Tapkap tamani Northwest Territories ni Inuvialuktun. Kanokolo tamat kotin kuchik barakta dakihohak barakta okrorot. Tabralo tayo na nakitawak tayo na kuchikihinyak akihuhinyak tut hunalakaki akihuhinyak tut tamani Northwest Territories ni. Ukakti tabraptawak na akili niya kalo kaming humik kanokoting tayo na akili line mute tayo na angune ako ting taman nagkasalik man na aki na akili niya kamedyo tabraptawak tayo na kape niya na malakong ni ukyong ni tam na tayo na atoko niya kikputhuli tayo na ilihimagkakput tayo na tinagala na kihuiro hunalaka kihuiro tabraptawak tayo na kanok tawak tamat ko din na pihuktating nagaluni tabralo tayo na tinagalan tinagalanin na akihuiro ni tayo na inyo na kimarut tabraptawak tayo na akilit fagrakit na kabamanun tayo na tabralo tayo na akili fag na ako ming hibulak ming akili alo ako ming akili trik fag na ako ming tabrataman na nanunagpud mi nangin nakirok haper nakirok ki tamat ko din na tabralo tayo na agunak na yakalawak to taglan hilakalo ko ni tayo na agunak tilait kay apekri fakir nga nugo tapti mga munakiromik
Madam Speaker.
koyanak Arctic Energy Alliance tam na 25 yeton okuni ittuaq qanuqa energy energy miktai hugaita oqroromika qanuqa atonaillaqa atoqkaluariqput qanuqa taamnaptauqa huanguroqpagnika pihuruat qanuqa atonaqtaamna GHG niktai hugait kota ukotauqa qanuqa taapkuat oqroroonika toqnaillaqa piñeliginñaqpat qanuqa ukotauqa taapkuata tangungitsuata havaangita taapkuat havakkaluarneraataamna energy miktai hugait huanguroqpaka qanuqa oqroroonika toqnaillaq taamna havauttarigaluarliginñeraat aglaan GNWT ta kavamabudukat ikayornaqirt qanuqa ukaatangungitsuat havaangit taamna kavamallu ikayornaqirt taapkuat qanuqa taapkuat inyu hingit nakuuqqiligu NTPC taamna qanuqa jena kavamavallu qanuqa ikayornearpat qanuqa itqaginaqqigai taapkuat inyuhuruat taamna ukuata inyuruat takpavihaaqaruka qanuqa atornearpatigita ukuata ukuata inyuita ikaqqaarlugununaptingni qanuqa ikayornaqqilut inyuita taapkuat inyuniartuat quyanaq
For Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North min quyanaqoqarti tabravagutin ilihimagivutamatkota aulaaqaruruat tabralutaitna tamatkota nullaartorvingit qailaqaartuat maani naami matkota humullaqa taitna na tupperhuting naagaluni inyuniaruruat tabralui loqata ilihimagivutamatkot nuna nik haneqpairaqtut na inyuit qailaqartuat tukkuvikirangannik tabraukuat tinna ukiumi tainna ilihimarugut humullaqa aulaaqallaru tinna takpavunga eqeqpangnun tabra tainna pisukataaquting aulalarut tabralu tainna qanuhiniglaqaaki piuraaquteqartut naagalunin aulaaqaarautiqartut qalungniaquting naagalunin pisikataaquting taavunga qanu nugu payaaququl perriikirunga ICI-una inya nunanik neqalutiniglu
In August,
quyanaq ukuat qanuqa
age in the NWT. Hang on. How is this going to ensure people get a decent standard of living?
qanuqa inyuniarpat inyuita qanuqa ikayornaqqiruta ukata ECE qulearuuruq tamna qanuqa ukata qanuqa inyuniarpat inyuit havakaming tamna mikiruuramika qaitihurik kaita ukata qanuqa havangniartat qanuqa piñarpat qanuqa inyuniarpat qanuq uminga kanoka maningnika mikidura mikai chui huri to got kanoka minimum wage miktai hugai tap got kanoka habang mata got tauka tain kachi huri maning nita kanoka akilerugai tap got kanoka mikidura man ke maning nik kanok inuvialuktun got agiliarlu damna minimum wage mikta hugaitan mikiruna mika akilerugai tap got kanok inu nakero ikayona kir tap got maning nik mikiruna mik pihurot akilip karurot time kanok ikayo nakero anu apekroi farder education culture na mintin mini taktamna kuyanak.
Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, today I'd like to talk
Ukat apahert lang niyakit ka. Ilokatay na nangintugo tam tuma buwakilo ko ni tap tuma ni malkong ni ukyong ni inyo niyakapta. Tam na 2020 mi tabre ilokating na umikto ko ting na upkwak to ko ting tabre inyo na 2021 muna gilan tabi tamat ko din na habagabit nagalunin tabi lutay na ilokating tay ko ako tirakagayt umigak tut hurakaw timingnik nagalunin tunay kain nimingnik tabi tamat ko nga umiktukak tut tay na umiktuhuruk tut tabi lutay na tam na akilyeganak Akilero tinuitay na habakak to tamat ko nga insurance niktaniktan pirakagay tabar tamat ko nga akilira ako tabar tap timinga pilyuting mat ko nga isagutulay chut tabar Canada me kanito nagalan tamat ko at atokay tabar lutay na kanolutay na pangmapak atunaw tilagin atuliligit kay Tabra kanok tamat koding miktigun haba na tunyo kairot. Tabra lutay na kanok tamat koding na ikayo niyak patigit. Kanok lutamat kod tabra kanuto nagalan matkod kutsik kibli ni matkod akihuhibli ting inyo niya kotit. Inyo niya nakman na akihuhibay ni tabra tamat kod na ilokata ilitsokagikput. Ilokata tabar tamat ko nga haba kakalawak tuut waptik kun tayo na tabar ilokating tayo na iligay. Tabar tayo na tamat ko at kanito nagalan akiliwe akabat habak tuat tamat ko tayo na kanologitin na tutkik kakanalawak pitigit. Tabalutay na matkodin na manakakabit kinyara kakabit tabalutay na tunagalan kanito nagalanin na ilihimabit tamat ko nga nugo pa yaw apekro niya tugut.
Conclude her statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude.
O kapalang naktak nagangin mata tabalutay na tabra matkod kinyara nikit na tutkowit tabalutay na tabamat iglulakiro atigun ilihimagay kanolo tamat na kinyara nikit na akiha na kaming tayo na tunagalan akingit na alangong mata ikin mata na kanolo tamat na ilitso kanya akpat tamat ko nga kanolo ilyo na inyo na ako tikting na ilihimat kakanya akpang.
Tay chomino kalang nek koyenak. Bill C 23017 time na malarotaleo. Diabetes nika time na anyakanak. Diabetes nik tayo hugait. Kot kanok ugot tam na anyakanak tam na ugot aglirok tayo na inuit hamma ugot humila ka anelaktok tap tuminga 24 year to now cumulative tayo na diabetes nik tayo hugay tam na aneron anelak to tayo na kanok ugot aneranat kanok ugot inyurok kanutun inyuvat kanutun tam na kanok pinyakanak inuit tap kot inyurat kanok tam na tautung iligu tam na kanok aneron inyung ni kanok inyuvat kanok ugot tau ka angirok tam na kanok ambulance nik tayo tam na kanok hospital muro tayo na tam na atoko nakabelaktok atoko hi belakat kano kanok ugot inyu kayo nakirutap ko inyu anak to tayo na kuyanak. Na hindi minyo kalang nektok. Kuyanak. August 16 tam na ugot piraktor.
Has been recognized.
Fort Simpson min tap kot nalunay kaligin niya kahit. Tabro kot ilahaw rirot tamat ko lumunak rirot tamat ko nga piraktonik anak tauraktonik. Tabro pingahonik ukiw to ang matay na tamat ko nga na nalunay kalagay tap kot ilahaw rirot nagalunin munak rirot piraktonik naga anak tauraktonik luni. Tabro tamat ko na ilahaw rirot na kanyak tuakluid na kamilreok tuakluid ilitsore kami tigit tayo na tabro tayo na picho tabro ni na hikumi na skira orang ichod nagaluni tamat ko na pinmata ay makabingin yik tabro tamat ko nga kamilreok tuakluid at taramit. Tabra ko yun na kuweho kaya itsugit pang mapak o kakti. Tabra na ubanga ang ayakaw kama nalunudakat kay na tatango kama. Tamat ko din nanudakat ka, lilit ka, tutitchet ka. Tamat ko din na tamat ko ilaw roak paniga. Kaya paralit kaya tabra nalunay ngutamik ay chuligin matiyon. Tabra lutay na tawak tayo na kaya paralit kikputam na nalunay ngutamik aki maligin niya man kaya nakpak.
Kaya ugot ublubak o kakil lang nerit ka ugot tayo ingilaran tayo ugot ikayoktit kanok anguyektit tabra kanok tapgot ikayoktit ikayiligit kay tapgot inyuit ubagut uhimma inyuniaqtuagut nakuruakun kanok koyanak kanok tapkuat havak kami angayu anguyaktuat tabra taina kin angayu legichut kanok ukat kanok kya ki inyuniak fut kanok nakuruakun inyuniak luta kanok Saskatchewan border ukat kanok tailigin niya na mas ukat mas tamna itkagihuga tamna Saskatchewan Blackwater Lake tamna William Daniel itkagilingit kinyaga tamna anguyokti Edmonton Alberta Whitman tamna itkaginaktok Corby Island namna Lac Lamart Watimi Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caitlin tamna anguyalin niya kwak tamna kanok tamna atinga pichok tamani kanok tamna kakiharakun tautung nakalwaktot kanok pinyakpat kanok tautung nakpatit aglan tapkot atingit aglangit chut taptamani kanok tamani taina ligit chok lest we forget tapkot inuit anguyaktot koyanak Hugot a Clavic Moose, Kyla Irish, and Gabrielle McLeod, ugot ikayoktit mani pages niktay hugay. Ugot itkaginaktot. Okay, staff habaktot got Arctic Energy Alliance me Mark Hike, Executive Director. Marta Goodwin Dow, Faye McDonald, Libby McPhail, Leon Milner, Darshan Mahaswan, Sheena Adams, Linda Todd, Abdul Mohammed, Kevin Cull. Tap go up Dauka, Kanuk. Louis Schumann, Darby Disrofa, Robert Sexton, who got Robert Energy Alliance, Tabra, Ikayoktit, Steve Ludit, who got Deputy Minister, who got Emmy Ludit Dok, who got Koyanak Kaikafi. Who got Dok. Itkaginak tot Liel Knife Center me itkagilaneli chok Arctic Energy lies tap got 25 ukinik it dot mani Arctic Energy Alliance Miktay Hugait Yell Knife Center Faye McDonald Darshan Mahar Ugot Taiko Kabara Kaikafi. Frame Lakeman. itkagin lang nera itaukot Inuit maungaktot Fremlik. Sheena Adams una program coordinator niktayhugay itka ikayok titam na kanok Energy Alliance nik kan ukot daw ka kaya nakay kapi. Range Lakeman. Ukot daw kay lang nariya kaya nakay kapi. Great Slave itkay lang nariya. Taiko Energy Alliance tapkot unaptak Abdul Mohammed tayo na kay kapi tayo barak kuyanak Young Life Cyberman itkagil ng sakta unaptak Martha Goodwin, Mike Goodwin daw ka ugot kanok ka Deputy Minister Lutit tam na kuyanak kay kapi mga kuyanak ugot itkay niya di kay mamfoy min ukalang nektak ugot Leo Apple gametimin Taiko Arctic Alliance nigta havaktot kayanak Cam Lake min ukalang nektak kayanak ugot daw ka kay Everpaul kayanak kay kabit Young Life North min ukalang nektak Linda Todd kay kabit kanda mga kayanak barak kayanak kay kapi lakay taiko kayanak barak kay kapi mga
Reports of committee on the review bills. Reports of standing and special committee. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife Northman. Uglupak tabra takinyak to ko na ukawin niya. Ugot tabra ka mani na 2022 got tabra kulel lang niya ka kanok matkot aga kinyarat ato ko magaita ato ko ningit tabra got NWT me May 26, 2022 tabra got Northwest Territories na kanok tamat ko na ilitonya tangis kanok kinyarat ato ko ningit tabra got matkot anektole karoni namin hitangit nagalonin tamatkot nalo munak matkuni nga isumaktonik tiskikanya aktot ukawrirot tabralutay na ilokatay ni magibut matkot na kanuto nagalan matkot na tayo malaya kanya aktaktot inyuga kirut mani nunapting ni Tabalutay na tunagalan kanok ka tabalutay na ilan ni matkod ikayo kalakan niya akalo ako ting ilan ni tamatkod ilang itkihenik ikayo kakagay. Tabalutay na kanutun tabalutam na 7 kihitsiti nga 7 tabalo ilokanyik tapkod kihitsiti nga 7 mikit na dahil na tunagalan kulel lakit ka tabalutay na tamatkodit na tabalutay na tunagalan na ilitsura hukumitingit ilitsura niya lagay tabalutay na tamatkodit na kulel lakit ka tamatkod October 6, October 22, May, tayo na tamat ko, takin na ilitsarap ka lang na ka. Kano ito nagalaan tamat ko, tato ko nangit, kinyarat. Tabalo tayo na ilitsarap. Tamat ko na ilitsarap rapot, tayo na ito nagalaan kano katuti ato kabut. Tabalo tibulak. Tabalut tamat ko tugulat tamat ko anak tola kadit na tutkikaluit tabalut tamat ko na tabalo kanyik tamat ko na tamat kuliak ka tamat ko tawak tap ko tabalo tay na ingming yun tokatakto di na kabama na atane kaktut hibun ni okta kaktut tabalutay na kafe ni malong ni ukiung ni tamat ko tay na atok kemagay tabalutay tap tuma tabra ane aktuala kirwani nagalo ni kayo ni aktuami tap tuma kihimi tay na ilitsura hemagay tabar tamat ko aluptak tayo na ukakitakto ni na kuliakaktut tabar lutay na tangak man na tabar lutay na 22 ukiw ni tayo na tunagalan tabar 2001 mi tabar tayo na 2001 mi tayo na tunagalan tabar tamat inyugek tinang tabar 40 min angayo klit angayo larot 40 min tabar tamat ko din na ming yung tokot taligit 2032 tayo na tunagalan ukiuligit tayo na tabar 42 52 ukiuligit tabar tayo na ptawak tayo na ingming nyik tayo na ingming nyik tawak tabar tokorakalichut tangakun tangak pa ilutingi na tayo naptak tumatokot tali tokot takakagay tabar tayo na tunagalan kanok tabar ukiyungan ni tap tuma na ilitsoko niya kaktugot 23, 24 mi tabar tamat ko din na ilitsura hemaliit kibot. Tabalutay na tamat ko din na ilitsura niya akto na kanok agalaktat, pihuktat, nagalonin, agalahonin na pinyaktat, tabar tamat ko din na ilan ni haparanyak kilyaktot. Tabar tayo na taramik sa batchamin amaleguram pinyaktot.
Member for Tobacco.
Ukot pinyaktat, ukot nutat angutit, kanok on the land healing fund una nunami tap kot kanok tutkikarnek toting mingyun kanok ikayornelit kait kot kanok ukot dok 2020-21. We got 500,000 to 600,000. We got maning nika I trillion yakut. We got kanok ikayornek lui tap got init tapkot angutit nutat 22-23 ukat kanok aglanik reports nik tay hugait kanok koleranat ukat wellness programs nik tay nako kanyak tat ingming kanok ukat tapkot ukat tapkot tapkunanik ikayuirot kanok tamna nakurok na havaktot kanok tapkot Meadow Lake Tribal Council nik dayhugay tamna Saskatchewan mi kanok tamna tapkot tapkot go kanok ikayunyak tot kanok kanorleka havalginyak kot kanok ukat kanok hikayulinyak kotinyung nika tapkunik angutinik tutkikarnek tot ingmingyun kanok ikayu uhima tapkot ikayunek tot tapkunanik aiguming tamna taina ikayunak 2023 mi ukat wellness conference akakto tap tumani kanok racism tamna kwat ingming yun hakutakalan ukat ka 7 inini ukat havalin yakot kanok ingming yun tutkikarnak tot age 29 years and under nika 29 years ukilit na and tapkot ka ukat kanok ukat pinyeli tut kikarner lugit tapkot kanok ikayorner tot inyung nik tapkot tut kaaner tot kanok kanorleka tut kikarner lugit kanok ikayuhurut kanok ukat ingmin yun anner tot kanok ikayornak tapkot ukat kanok tamna 4 tapkot ikayornak tapkot inarni tapkot community affairs nik dayhugay ukat 29 and under tundapkot ukilit ikayornak kanok ikayornak tapkot inarit kanorleka uhima tapkot atornek nga tamna ikayornak tamna inarinit humedika kanok kot ikayornak pinyaligit kat ukat uhima ukat nakurokan kanok ihumarot nak naiktoamika na piligin niya ko pinakirutap ko ikayo na kirutap ko kano ka ukwat kano ka cultural nigday hugay ukwat nunapting ni ukwat tanngungit chot kano ka ikayo na ikayo hurot tabra cultural nigday hugay kano ka nunapting nin inawar ni humilya ka ikayo niyak tabra atona kirtap kot ukwat ka pinyaktot health and social service tap ko atona kirtap kot kanok ka ikayo tap kot kanok addiction services nigday hugay kanok tang aronik nagalunin higaklung ni katoktot kuyanak ukat kanok
Teknologi inmiktigun niunianik inmik tabra tamat kuninga ilihautit kujarai tabra kapini tatkakewtini atokramik sixnik ichakranik kihichiningat tabra lo tait na tabra ni tait na NWT tait na atokrak tamna kanolo tamat kodit na ingmik tiguni niunianik mik ilihautirакрат tabra tait na habak todik tabra lo tait na tap guap tauk 22, 23, 24, 22, 23, 24, me, tamat god ili na, habakakto na, habang nimik, habakakto tayo na, ati hilugit, pilig-tigit. Tabalo tayo na, tamat ko nga, tanong itsyonikit na, habag takakalit. No, November 2021 may tamat kodit na ilya kagaloli ito tap tuminga. Tapat kod kati maringit. Tapat na tap tuma tam na munakriroak ane aktual kirironik nagalunin na ikayo niya aktot inyong nik. Tapat na tamat kuninga isumad una ilyakinak kirok tap tuminga na 22, 23, 24 me tamat god atokrangit. Tabra ako habang tuatin na tamat god na ingmik tingut tao ilihakayak takoting tamat kuninga ilihak tuat kanok angalat sinyarmik tabra tamat god na isumatigin nakirut pangmapak. Develop tayo na tamat kodit na isoatun angalat sinakirok tamat kuninga. Develop tayo na tamat kod kuchikit kangarilwit tanngungit chot tangurot tanngungit choning. Develop tayo na 24.1 tamat kodit na ay papagtay na ingmik tigutak tayo na marehakakto ingmik tigun tamat korur tabra atokra kaya loakay tamat tayo na tamat nagakto ngayakaliwi tamat kor atokto tayo na ingmik tigun marehiliaming tabra lo tayo na himaw hekanyak kiroko na tabra lo tayo na tinagalan kanokon yaktilak rangit ukwate na hibun ni kemarot hibun ni kamik tay na kaukliuro tamatkot itkagira kragaloanga tamna. Tabra tamna atanin kunmun iglakanyakirut. Tabra lutay na ptak kanoting. Tabra number 9 tamna. Tapko tabra anak tola kirot na minihitangat. Na tamatkot ptak tabra muna kinakigait nagalunin na ilya kinakirok tamatkuninga. Agalaktanik na pihukta kilugo. Tabaptak tayo na ilangit na tayo naptak tayo na huli tamat ko tayo na number 10 pihugtangit aglaktani piitok tabalut tamna NWT mi matkot tayo malayak taktot tayo na tanga ko nagalunin marihikun tabi ilakating tayo na itut tabalut tayo na tamat ko nga na ilyakaraw ting anak to na ihumawak to at inikiranganik tabalut tayo na mani tayo na yung mingyon muna kanya kakaming nalo tamat ko nga tayo makakanya kakaming tabra awlakoting tabra awlakakating tutkay na yung mingyon habalay chut tabra tayo na tamat ko din na takpabong awlaktitat tayo na ing miktak inyune akani nga takpabani inyune akani nga at allaging man tabalut tayo na matkot kapamaurot na apakruta kayo gibut kapamanun uwani iton tabalut tayo na tabalut Northwest Territories nilyon nunabot mi tayo na waptik kunin na iliing miktigun tayo na tamatkot ang alat takralwangit kanolo tawak tabra kanito nagalan tamatkot na napayha kaming kanito nagalan akihuni aktilakang at tabra tamatkot 10 million lunin tabra tamatkot nga tampayha kaming tayo na tinagalan akihuni akalawaktok tabra kot katimaringita tabra ataw himigluni inyuga tap de mga inyuga ton tabra tamat ko nga napayla kuming mao nga nunapting nun mani Northwest Territories ni tayo na ikakakluman na tayo na hinapay nakirok tabra lo katimarito ko tabalo tayo na tamat ko din na habak tam na pihupiakat isumatigipiakat tabra habak paurak tam na isumatigiblu kanolo tamat ko at habat pinyakpat tabalo tayo na tunagalan kanokin nyakpat tamat ko at ugto ka tikrangit tabalo tayo na tam na hibun niyok takak niyaktut kinyara niglu muna kakaniyaktut tamat ko lo ilokainik tabro nga ilikkanagit tabro tapkot isagutilay ka tabro kot kamat katimaringit tabro tamat ko na muna krirotin na anak tola karinik na lo ikayurak inyong nikayurak tabalo tayo na munakramik na kakahara tigun ilihemawak tukram nganik ilyakiluting upinakramilyo tabraw na Taba Yellowknife North manutak tilang ni ako na.
Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North min kallang niyaktak. Ukot kanok pinyakto ukot malakot kanok pinyakto kanok Kamidi ukot kamidi mik taihugait malakot lioktat kanok ikayoknaktot kanok got standing committee mik taihugait malakot lioktat kanok tautung got 14 nik got kanok kamabot una got kiunak kirit kababaput 120 days dun hipalik kuyanak Yellowknife North got kanok nutunga got kanok nutiga una kanok got ingming yun tutkikarnek tot kanok tapkunanik nutunga Yellowknife North got kanok 9.4 got standing ni got malakotaliok that nagalunin got tautugugait kanok got aglaktin amalit aglangit kayanak she got lost. Ali.
Okay, sorry.
Who got noon naktok? Una. Who got nakugibat? Nakungitpat. Una. Kanok. Tam na noon nakot. Tam na noon nakot. Noon nakat.
Sorry. The motion is carried.
Tam na nuta. Noon nakat. Kuyanak. Who got Yellowknife North mina kalang naktok. Kuyanak. 9.474 tam na nakuinak pati kanok nakpat tam na committee the whole nuka muna tay nunyak kat (37-19) to nakuinak kat committee the whole muna nunyakat kat pinyakat. Oral questions muk nunyakat acknowledgement. here without me. Kuyanak. Ugot inya.
Tapko tabra ilihima ilichakigibut kanok matkotutak kanat. Utok kanat igilukra tigaluangat nami igilukra chuchuli pang mapak. Tabra lutay na pakakte. Tabra utok kanat tabra ni itot ilichakahutut. Kanokating tamatkat igilulakadot. Igilulakadot na kanokanyak tilakrangit. Kanokulu tabra. Tay na utok kanatin na inyuga kinyak matamani. Nunapting ni igilulakadot. Kaya nakakakte. Tabra ilihimar ewan igilulakadot ni wagut. Tabra lutay na ukto kakapta. Pi habakaptay na. Munakiraki tamat ko na piaklukta na light kibut. Tabra igilulakadot. 372 kakakluguman na Northwest Territories ni ilyake marut. Tabra una tabra lu tay na tunagalani na mat ko nga igilukrangan nik tay na ilyake gichugut. Tabra lu tay na hibulak may mayako ay tingin ni na tao himik ilok kakakto tayo na kulikik tonik hibulak tam na kulikik tonik tamar tayo na ilyak kanyak to utap tuminga tabarlo tayo na kano to nagalani na inyune ako tikrangin niya ilyak kanyak to utapro tabarlo tayo na kuya na kakakti. Here without me. Kuya na. Tabro na kuya ay parli kiyo tayo na kiyo lang mga. Tapos naman minihitam huminga o kalaw tilabag nga. Nani putam na laki niya takraki. O napakanak takraki yun yun. Kaya na tabra kuya lit kaya tam tay na tamat ko nga apasraktak mga tabra lo tay na here mi tap tabra ni Riverview Lodge mikpirakagatan na taniktun tay na hinyani ito aktam na atiligak tay na tabra nga isang matigibot. Igilulakadot, tabertam na isang matigipiakat, kaya nakpak. Here we're south. Kaya nakwakakte. Tabraw ko na ilitsure kaptigit. Tahit na iglu na kisimalay kalawanak ko nga. Kaya akparlit tap mga ukautin lang mga. Tabertam na isumatikap ko na awlakin na isaguti pa yung napakanayak pa yung tam na tamat ko din na ilitsura kakatayin nyo na tabra ni itot o kakatigilugit kati makatigilugit tabra ilitsura kakata kanito nagalan kehuni akteda nga tabra ni ilitsura niya kakatatap ko at pinyangit kibut tabralo tayo na tamat ko na isagutigop tigit ilitsura niya ilitsura kanya akto nga ilitsura guma kaya nak ever south me kaya nak kakte tabralo tam na hinyani ito nun iglo tabra na tayo na tabra tam na nakuakipiakat isumati kami yung tayo na lo pisikataka bigrak ako ni Tam na tabra sa matigipiaka tamat ko tutok kana tabra ni hewe vermi. Kuyanak pak. Kuyanak. O kakte. Tabra lutay na tamat ko. Tabra lutam na isang matigipiakat na mo na pakanak tilakrang at tam na utok kana tigilukrang at. Tabra tamat ko tabra isang matigikapti ko tabra. Kaya yatam na igilukragat. Tabaw na GNWT na pakita ka lang niya kagaw na. O kakamanta po nga akilifak na ako tinig tax nagpirakagata nikton. Tabaw tamat ko hungit kalakait aglan. Aglan ukot. Tabaw tamat ko din na isamating hangit kanok una kautinikit na atoktot matkot sa perpolita kulukaktok tamat ko dilokainikit na tamat ko nga akili rakrangin nika inyugayang man akihuhim malo kaya nakpak tabaw ko na kalamik tamat ko din na ilitsure rangit nagalunin na pakiutang tamat ko kiwla na yakit ka. Tamat ko akili fakra din na akili kako ting akili tkhilin nyamik tabar carbon tax mek pirakigat akili fakra na yaktot akili fakra kranik kaya nak.
Madam Speaker, could we
We got Colette Kanoka. We got Agilifarnet Ukaringit Kai Taptum Kanoka $50. $50 to ugly $160 to Hippalingnik. Kwata kanoka ukarangit ka tamna kanoka pinyak pata kanok tap ko ta kilifarna ta inuit pinyak pagit koyanak ukwata karna ukhat tuyornari tap tum nuna punta minita muna ukat aglait ay chorneriat ukat tap kot akilineng chuta kanok tap kot akilinengit kay tapkot low cost housing nikta hugay igluni itot kanokar kuyanak got press release niktap ko raglait kanokar cost of living nika kanoka kilinak tot kanoka maning nika kanoka pinyakpat social housing LHO nika kanoka kilinak patap kot nyuta iluni itot kanoka kilinak pat kanoka tap tuminga carbon tax akilifa kanak government kuyanak okay tautung lang nari tam na kanok akilibat tapkot inuit igiluni itot kanok ikayo na kalok tut kanok tapkot ingming nika igilulit kanoka ikayo nakirot aglan tap got aglirok tam na inyunek tam na aglirok kanok kuyanak got tap got tam ne takpavani tap got pingit tap konini tap got aglilaichit aglan about kanok akili neakpat ukat nunapting ni itot kanok inyu neakpat ukat tamra akiliak na akilirok ukat tuhangit chungatam na kanok aglif agliniak mantam na kanok tuhangit chunga kanok tam na GST mik tain na kavamanun akiliakanak kanok ubang tautu kamilireu higa tam na kanok akilichak kuyanak isini una aperilang neriga ukat habang nektutik tauchikun City of Yellowknife and una umani inimi tam naptok isini habang nekpat tauchikun kuyanak ukat kanok habang naktok tam na regulatory process niktay hugay kanok habang naktok tauchikun kuyanak ukat kanok habang matatam na tamani manit nunapting ni Yellowknife mi kanok ukat kanok post-secondary education tam na ilihakanak to tam na time coming school ilihak to ilihakanak pak to tamani mani kanok ukat kanok ikayokna kiritap got ilihakanak to ukat kanok aulatinak parung tam na kanok ikayuirat ilihakanak tonik kanok pinyakpat kanok ukat inarni community learning center miktay hugad ilihakabik kanok pinyakpatit kanok ikayoknak patit tapkot kayanak ukat pinyak habang katimap kapta tam na itragihugik putam na itragihugik putam na ilihakanak inarni tam na angirok kanok habang naktok kanok tapkot aglan ukat the college school vik paguna ilihak vik paguna college niktay hugat ukat kanok campus community tai hugay tu ko tai lihavik kuyanak inaurat tap ko di kakaklu nunak puta inauring nek ilihaving mikata itchikuk kalorit ka aglan community learning center tai hugay tam na ilihavik inyong nun ilihepa uktot kuya kami ta pinyak pihukpat kanok pipka na piyari nakirit kuya nak kanok ko Aurora College Polytechnic tahu ay lihawik pagka kanok ikayo nakirit ko ikayo na ugot kadimarot kanok pinyak tot ihawit ikayo na akluit kanok leka kuyanak ugot great slavemen ugot ihawit kanok ugot katima kaming nakokanyak lugo kanok habakpat pat kanok ikayunyak patit
kuyanak tamat ko apakirutatin tait na tabra apakirokawit tait na ila ni tamat ko ilaliw tirakibot tamani inawra ni itot nagalunin tamat ko nga ilihaw tinik katimaringit ilihawrit tamat ko tabra tait na ilichorap kakak na tamat ko nga tabra tait na okala tabra na apakakal lang na akigaw na anak to lakari ni minihitawrak tabra ko matkot abuturomik na awangita tait na tunaglan ilim mata tamat ko tutok kanadin na inyuga kiru tamat ko nga ane ako chaktot inyuga aktut mani inawralani itut tait na tabra tait na tunaglani na inyuga kihinyak tu tamat ko tait na inyuga ane ako chaktot about to hibay luting awangit tabra tamat ko na ilitsa kanya laba tigit matkot inawrani itot o kakte tabra wagutay na hinik tanngungitswa na tigun tamat ko nga ane ako timik ilitsa karay chugut tabra tay naptawakit na umani at ako lang kami ukumi tamat ko tabra ilitsa kanya kimalak kabot kanoklo tamat ko nga atul lang magaipta tamat ko nga munakrirot ane aktola kirit tabra tait na inawra minyi tamat ko at himaw kanya tangit ilitsakilagait taitsumin kaya nako kaktik tabra na tuglea o apakawatasaw ti mam kiwanik taka o kakti tabra ko at tabra lili na ilitsure kallag langa tapto mga anneaktola karamini hitanganun na ilihawtirlaba tamat kuno na abak pakaktoani aung itigun tamat kuno nga ilihawra kakpit tabralo tabra May 2019 tamat ko tabra ilitsure ka kabut tayo na lo tamat kuno nga muna karis kabulugit tayo na anne ako takaktot tabalutay na kanokulugi tamat ko din na abok turot aungit na kanutun ikayo tikrangin nagalunin ang mukta ko tikrangin tayo na okaw rakaktugut kaya naka okakte minista ko na tabalu na mikironi naurani ito tayo na ilitsarap kalaba nga kano hakautik sang inyik tamani inyo ni aktot tabro na tabro tamat ko at na nanilya ka ito at inyo ni aktot tabro tay na itut inyo tut tay na inara ni ito tabro nalap kanyak tut tamat ko tay na ilitsara niyak tut mat ko ilitsara yakatakakayat tayo na abok tihiman aungit. Tabalo tamat ko at alla kaya kayo kihichitakaktot. At ahumik marong pingahunik tabalo tayo na hinik at saka at silablugit na ilan ni tamat ko na nga ngayon kaming yun nagalunin ilaming yun tayo na tam na anne akon iglawrok ang ayok hangin niyo nanang minyin tatan minyin tayo na iglawrok tayo mahin tamat ko nga ilibin yun pakakte tabraw na apasuta lang nakayaw na anne aktola ka di 35 dun kanok kanut na gila tamat ko na nachiniaktot nachiniaktonik pekakpi 121 tun tabar ni ilihawak tut munakarawan na kamit kaya nak tamlek min kaya nak ko kakte o kakti tabra 32 ang maka na inakakanekpan ang maronik tabra kanikihu taglan tabra ilihan labat tayo na munakrinimik tabra 25 tun kinyaranik kinyaranik ato rakaktugut tamat ko nga ilihawag tonan 25 tun kinyaranik tayo na tun 25,000 tun aglan tamat ko da priutakad lang nalit kiyaw na tabra 30 tun tabalutay na 2019 kihenik tamat ko tabrunga ilihan larut tabalutay na tabalu ilokating tay na agalagtanikin na pihuk kuming ilihaw kuming tamat ko nga kanok munakararan tigun tabalutay na tabayan yung kisutay na tabrao na ukot una ilihakanak 35 tun matkot ilihalaro tap ko na ni tabrao na ang makimangitsok tam na kihimik tabralo tamatkot alat na ilihawri alanik ilihawak tot tabra Aurora College mi kutsik to ni ilihak to ni tamat ko nang ilitsok ilarugot tabro na Cam Lake min. Kaya na ko kakte. $193.7 million yung tayo na tunagalan ato rakaktuot. Tabro ko atin na kanokulumat ko atin na ikitswa atin na tamat ko at muna karawrat ikiklim mata kanokulutay na tamat ko atin na ilihaw rin ikun nagalunin ilihakranik tabertay na tunaglan ukiuto amatam na ilyakadakibatrong agalaktanik tabraw una mani no inyuniaktot kihianig isumagirakiwot mani no territories ni tangungitshot.
Questions. Member for Tabacha.
Tabacha man ukalang niyaktok. Cam Lake min. Kanok himmer niyak pati kanok ukota iliharniak tot nursery nakurakun ilinakirita kanok ikayornakirita kot nursery iliharniak tot ukota kanok tamna pingit chokoli pinyak tot 25 tun tap kot inyakaktut aglan kanoka ikayornakiri tap kot aglan 25 tun inyakaktut kuyanak Ukat ingming nika habang naktot habagurat ingming nika habak
Speaker,
ukat tamna kanoka habak tot insurance niktay hugay kanok akiliunak tot kat ukat kanok pinya kaming habang niya kaming ingming yun ingming nik habak bingat ukat kanok ingming nik pinya kanok akiliunak tot ukat insurance niktay hugay akilifarnak insurance nik kanok akilifarnat inyong nun ukat habang nakto ating mingning. Ukat tam naptaw ka puvlalo ka haper nakto ka tam naptaw ka kanok tam na ulak parak tam na habang takanya kalwarik put kanok pinyakanak kayanak kanok habang niyak bihi kanok kat tau tikun habang niyak bihi kanok ukat ikayolwit tapkot habang niyak to tingmingnik kuyanak ukat kabamat habang niyak kanok habaw takanyangit kat kabamat aglan kanok habang niyak putam kanok lakay ikayo niyak tut ukataka taptung minga Insurance Bureau of Canada miktai hugatuna kanoka ikayui hurot kanoka ukunanika tap kunanika ingmini kabang nektot kuyanak. Kanoka ona Royal Bank mi kanoka kuyanak. Ukata kanoka pinyangit chunga okarinangit kait kigit okarinangit kitka tap kota kanoka hakutari bagit tap kot kanoka kanorlaka kot mang kot kanoka kabautaranea pati tap kot kanoka himinika tap kot habang nektot mindig habakaktot ukot ka ikayonak kirot nakukigalok to kaglan pingitchutuli kuyanak. Tabachami.
Madam Speaker, if a recession is in fact declared, can the minister tell us if her department has a plan in place for how to help NWT businesses deal with that scenario? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the opportunity.
Ukot ka kanoka ukot ikayi coming ukot kanoka maning nika pandemic time ni Inuvialuktun na pablinyak to kanok ikayungit kahit ukot habang mata ukot kanok ikayunyak hirtay tap ko to kaglan kanok tam na manirinig ukainak to pilat kalat put haglan habaw tayo giput kayanak time lang naktut hibiki huramik kayanak.
Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My question is for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. First, I'd like to get some clarity on the basic principles of the new minimum wage approach announced in August. Can the Minister tell us how poverty and a living wage were considered in the development of this new approach to a minimum wage? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a living wage reflects what an earner or earners would need to bring home to pay the bills in any given community. The minimum wage is the lowest possible wage that you can pay someone, and its purpose is to protect vulnerable workers. So they're two different things. So our minimum wage, it's similar to minimum wages across Canada. It's on the higher end, and the changes that we are making, or that we've made, really put us on an even playing field with the rest of.
Northwest Territories ni. Dabra got Kanadun Akili kun huna tamat ko dabra na akili kaming ikivirak tomik kinaranik na akili raktut hinyong ni habak timingik dabra got easy ani tamat ko di kayo raktot kayo huro tamat ko nga habak tonik nagaluni habalay chonik habang ichonik tamat ko dila ni ay try ay kinyarenik inyune ako tikranginik dabra got 33 tun na inyune awit dahil na tunagalan tamat ko easy anit ikayo kakigat kinyarenik habalay chot habang ichot Tabralutay na inyuneak ninyi. Inyuneak ving ni inarani, mikironi, nagaluni, nangironi. Allagik tutkinyaranik akili hurot habak timingnik. Tabralutay na kanuto nagalani ilani. Tamatkot NGOs habak tingidin na ilani. Dahil na tunagalani na akili ramingnik tam na kutsik hilayat kat. Aki huhilayat kat nagalunin aki huhilayat lugo aki natun ingmiktigun dahil na tunagalan aki siyang pakaktot ingmiktigun habak takaktot habak tirit tabraw kot daw na habak Dort mani GNW team wagut tabraw ko na tunagalan kanok tamat ko habaw tagalo abutin na tutkikayo klugo taman na aki lirot na habag timingnik kaya na Frame Lake min kaya na ko kakte kaya barley kaya tam na minihitak ka tap ko nga kiulang mga tabalut tawak taman na akili kami na tunaglanin na akilugo aglan ay na matko din na matuma hapenak kirom hulekaki aki huibluting tamat ko hapekra tinautilitay kaya nakokakte tabagot tayo na ko baptikon tayo na himahulay kikput taman na tabra habaw tayo lakik puthulay pang mapak tamat ko aptakit na ilitso kayo galakit kakano tinagalani na hapekanyak kirok man na kinyawanik adoktonin. Tabra una ICI, tabra tamat ko 33 tun tayo na tinagalan mani una ikakakalo Northern Territories ni tukkuwi kaligitsud na campground ni pilakaya tanik tun tukkuwi na mga pula kaming tukkuraktut. Tabra ko wangap taok tayo na. Tabra una ang makimagiga una tukkuwik. Tukkuraktu din yun kay kaming mga akraliga ako ting nakidya ka. Tabra una tamat ko tayo na ilokanyik pinyangit kalawakit ka. Tabra lo tayo na kanyo na ako tingit ilitsukip ka kalawakit ka. Inyo na ako tingit ala ni na awlak to wingi na kanakolo tamat ko din na public landsing pinakait mat ko kabamat nunangit tamat ko tabra lutay na tamat ko din na iglurangit mani territorial kabamani iglura kaktut tabra lutay na tabra tamat ko din na atong naktut akililuting na kanutun akilira kraming na atawamik tukkuwing mik akilinya mik nagadonin tabraw na wangap taw na tam na taw ka kihwit tabra tam na isumagin kinyugag taw din na alalo inyo isumagin nakagatam na. Tayo na tabra, tayo na takpabunga states nun, North America mo, tayo na roaming. Tabra na ilitsure rakpot hunay naitok. Tabra tamat ko dit na inyo na akwing inyuit na tamat ko dahil inyo na akwing inyuit tayo na ilitsure kayo guming tamat ko nga pulagtak to na kinyaktut. Kaya nak. Tabraw na apasuita kay lang narigaw na. O kakti. Tabraw minhitam. Tabraw ko nga tayo ko anik tuharogot tayo nalo kanaharaw tingin yik. Kaya nak. Isi ani. Tabraw na tabraw una apasuta nga una titkikalaw kiga. Tabraw tayo na 32 nukiw ni tabraw tam na alangungit sut himahangit kikputulit tam na ukiw tayo na alangu kakput himahangit kakput kanok 2013 2006 tabraw tamat ko na ukiw ngit 2006 2007 tamat ko na ilitsarap kakabut tayo na himahangit takabut tamat ko ilihaw rin it. Tabraw tayo na. Tabraw tayo na tawakit na alango na himahangit niya kang iting miktigun tayo ka isumamiktigun ilihaw rin niya tuwa tayo na naktitakabut tayo kamakihabut tayo na ingmiktigo ako tuwa. Kabamat tayo.
I don't know what changes that we want to make. What we don't have is the exact wording of the changes, and that's because we have to work with.
Kanakulo tamat ko himmaw kaya kaptigit na kabamabut tilikha na nagalunin ilitsakap kakaka na tabat ko na hummaw kaya kibut ubaptikon tabat tam na tabralo umangap tawakit na alang na tanungit siya nga na tabraptak na uwani humiyawik pang mi Malakotaleo wik pang mi nyugek tu tamat ko na tangungit shot isumamik tingun o kaktut. Tabraw na tam na pakrutanga. Hok tam na. Tait na. Tabertay na waptik ko nin na. Waptik ko na taman na ang alalay kikput tamaralo tamat ko tangungit chotit na idap kalugit katimaringit na tao ka kano heraw tingit tamani inarangin niyo ilitsura kakata tabertay nakalay chugut ilihimaruhi ukod lakating taberlutay na kaya nakpak Ma'am Freeman kaya nakpak ilitsarap kakam nga tabraw na ilihimaro nga tamat ko nga 32 ukiw ni tayo na tunagalan ili tabraw alangong itsoko na himahak tangit kat tabraw ko atit na iloka tayo na tamat ko malako talayang itilihaw rin ni Tabra tamat-tamang nga pisi min tap kot pimagibot. Tamat kot malako talayang idilihaw rin niya kamik. Tap ko nang na malakon mibot tap kot tayo na pisi mi ilihaw rin ningit. Waptik kun tayo na hinig waptik kun malako talayang rakang itsugot na ilihaw rin kapta ilihaw rin nikun. Tabra ko ta kemlet mane kano halay chu tamat ko ni nga kano ka tabra kano kat pat tamat ko idi hawri ro ti ko malako taleng idi na kano kat pat tabra na Fort Smith mi tabra lokan tabra ta yellow knife mi in mikiro niya hin idi hawri ro di na Tuminga, tabraw ko July 2023 mi itay na matkot na tuhakabot. Tabraw matkot na ilitsarap kakan ngitut. Kanakan man tabraw matkot kamamarot na kamamat kutsik to ni ilitsarap kakangati ko tamat ko nga. Isiani, kaya nakakakte. Tabraw ko himawa kanya kabut. Okaw tilakit kain ilokay ni gukot wani akapirit na okakapi piaklak taktonik okanahi. Piakluk tautinik okanahi. Kaya nakpak. Ma'am Freeman. Yeah. Tabraw ko na kanokanyak patmatkot. Tabraw lutay na ka-GNWT na kanokanyak patmatkot. Kaya isiyanin. Kaya nakakakte. Tabraw ko tabraw tamat ko ding miktiun ka ba makaktot tanggung itsuat tabraw lutay na tabraw 99.9 tamat ko kanuheraw tingin niya rekput tabraw ka mat-uwan GNWT kudlo lutay na tayo na tanggung itsolo ka mamangit sa tabra ko yung nakpak. Mapramin, tabra ako liksak. Tap ko tabra na uwapting nun ilitsarip ka lalo guptigut Ay, na ilitsakap ka lagup tiut kanuheraw timingnik tabar tamat ko din na o kakayay tsugut nagalunin apakiro kayalay tsugut tayo nahinik. Tabar tayo na uwaptik ko tayo na ilan ni huwamahidlaktur. Kaya nakapag. Tabar tamat ko din na hiyaga kaibot. Kihunun lakay ilitsakap ka niya ako tayo ilitsakap ka raktugut. Kanuheraw tik ranginik. Nagaluni kanuheraw tik tingnik ilitsakap ka raktugut. Kihunun lakay. Tabar lo MOU. Tabar tamat ko din na kanuheraw tinginik ka. Tabar lo una. Ubani kati marugud malakotalioktit. Nagalunin ihumioktit. Hibun nioktit ihumioktit. Tap ko tabay nyugak to naging taki na hibihuramik tayo na okaw rekaktut. Kaya nak.
Techo.
Techo min ukalang niyaktok. Kaya na. Ukot havak dot manning out and in our ni havak dot kanok pinyak pada pilay chat ukot kanok habang niyak dot kanok kayo na kirit got ilcholugit tap got inuit got habang niyak dot ninawar ni kanok tap tuminga ikayo niyak nek kanok habak dot tamani inawar ni kanok ukot ilihanak tuta ukot krorani kabak dot nagalunin kanok ing nekoding habak tarin yaklut na ilihanak dot habak tarin nakirok 22 mi. Ukot kanok ikayo nakirit ukot kanok tap tumani Fort Smith mig ay lihakabik tam na ikayo nakirit tap kot ilihakuk dot kuyanak. Cam Lake min ukanak tok kuyanak. Tam na homerock pagnik havakti tam na kanok ugot hydroelectric nik tahugay ugot kanok imakun homerock pagnik outlet ri kanok kanok habang niyak patay na. Ukot 25 tun ukot inawar ni kanok ikayok pati tap kot kanok inyo na kanok miklinyak pati kanok neuro tayo na kanok ikayok nak pati NTPC tun huangarak pait awlak ikayor akiyuri ikayuit kanok ukot ikayor nakpat kanok tamna NTPC hongerok pang nikaw lateri kanok $6 million dun kanok habang nakpatit kanok nakurokon shokanyak patit $42 million dun kanok mininta ko na ikayornak patit ukat Inurat narani. 3 being out of God kanok hava kaming NTPC hangerok pang nikaw latirit kanok tam na NTPC dun hangerok pang nikaw latirit kanok kayo'y bata ugat inyong nika habang naktot kanok minita ko na kakanak pa tayo na nakura kaya na. Ugat mintak finance min. Ugat pinyakait tabling documents un ugat kakanyakait government ugat tautung na kaklu kaya na. Wana mintitak kinyarinik monakri. Ugat una okroranik akilifakanak kan una carbon tax miktay hugay ugat akilifakanak kavamanum. They show me na ugat tamna diabetes niktay hugay ugat kanok anak kanok bill 337 ukwa iswakinyak tap tuminga Yellowknife North ugat got kanok akilirnat inyong kanok ugat kinyarinik tayo na monakri audit bureau na tayo na taniktan bihugay tanong chot tanong tapgot kanok got tayo kahit got audit bureau nika sa kanya kay tap got taywangit kaya nak got nuneri una nivik budlegum tuglerenira kan got Kevin O'Reilly, R.J. Simpson, Rocky Simpson, C. Simler, Jane Whalen Armstrong, Shane Thompson Duck. Ugat nagkakaroon ni Rato na tam na 765-1952. Got that got tayok that ka nagkakaroon na tam na. Tabacha. Ugat nun nerit ka. Ugat tugulagin on Hay River North me. Ugat tayo makanakot 2023 me. Befarnakot. Ugat. Tayo makanakot ugat until June 23 or got iglokpak mang ni malorotilioktit katiniaktit tamani khayanak kabachamin ona nuneriya got una iglokpak got electoral boundaries una time na nagaroy nagaokto kanok awlati nakpati 2022 May 24th 2021 May 27th tam na dok got kanok 2021 me got kanok awlati nagaita umani ikakaklu nunaput got nuneriga tam na Hay River North tugulariga got bitkugaloritka got 2A got kanok 18 month nika daihugaita kanok pinyak pat got kayanak Satumi kayanak una nuneriya nahende minya tugliga neriya commissioner una Sabrina Broadhead, Danny Gadet, Ann Peters. Got Pipka Nerait, got appointment dictate who gate, Koyanak. Yellowknife Northman, Kalangyak.
Tayo na I2D, Bill 61, Malakadalak 61. Bunga herveo ami ahinya rokia. Kaya na. I know, just about. Una okalang ni ato ka kinyaranik ka menihitak. Tabaw na una hebulari hukiga, hebulari mi taigo ako akat. Bill 62. Malakatalak tabaw tam na matugulari niya akat taigo ako ming irong. Tabaw na hebulak ko na okalang ni ato ko na menihitak ka ilihak toanik. Hebulak mi ko na taigo lako kaya. Tabaw na tugli kanya akat taigo ako ting. Kaya na ko kakte. Tabaw na una malako taliak 64 tabaw nga malako taliak pangmun ilitsuket ko kaya nak. Hebulak ko na taiwa ko na akat. Tuglar niya akat taiwa kon. Tabaw una minihitak kinyaranik ang alachiri. Tabaw na hebulak mi taiwa ko na akat. Tabaw tapte muna hebulak mi kakilakrat taknik pisakyan. Tugulingat tayo na kilira pata. Kaya una pinyak pa frame like min pinyalak kalang naktok. Bill 60 tabar malako talayak 60. Tam na malako talaya nga tamat yung mga akilira kramon, akilifa kramon. Tabar na ako lang mi ka tigigalo kakput umani katimakapta. Tabarlo tayo na tamat ko ni nga okakakalwalit ka hakput tam na hebular mi akiliros tuglia una akilifarnak. Tabarlo tamat ko ito ka okrokorot nagalunin kanitun aki hutilangit tabarlo tsaka kairo agu tap ko ni nga. Tap ko ay tabra akiliya krautit okalakot tamat ko ito akilifakranik ilyakanyak to tabro nga. Tabarlo tayo na tabra tayo na ilokata tayo na tayo na tamat ko atit na ilyakirakrat. Tayo na kangakilyakilugutam na kangakitsyakin niya ko ni tam na tabar tamat ko ni nga okakalawak tugot. Tabarlo tayo na dun akilifakrakin na isumati okakabot. Tabarlo tayo na ukot MLA guru tayo na okakti. Tabarlo tamat ko na katimaringit ko wani cabinet mik pisakigay tabar tap ko na malako galawakabot tamat ko okauti kabot. Tabarlo tayo na pinyangin ni blue nagaluni pinyaklugo. Taman na ukauti kaptigo kilifar na kabaman akili kalawa kaming tax inig pinakiyat carbon tax ahin nyo na akili farnak. Tabaluptok tayo na hibulermik tayo na 2030 tayo na tunagalan. Tabalu tayo na okay mikabut tayo tabrahuli 30% tun 2030 mi aglan 2030 mi na tamat ko din na ikikli na yaki right nagaluni tamat tuminga pingakayak to tayo na tunagalan tamani to din na ukakirabot ilyakirabot tayo na nakakanaya tuat tayo nakakanaya kabutin na isumati kaptigit aglan tayo makaktit padung tam na nakuha kakayakik po. Kanakulo tamat ko din na tamat ko pihuk tangit, pirak rangit, pigumitigit, kihiyanik. Tayo na tamat ko tayo na tunagalan akili na yaktut. Tabraw ko din na ang yakiro kama tayo na ingekiro akto nga tamat ko ni nga na isumati kap ko. Tabralu tamat ko din na hukay lira kakagati ko din na waptik kunday na ang alat chip kalait kati ko hilyapta alangok taktom. Tabralu tamat ko ni nga hilyapta alangok taktom ulit taktom tabralu tamat ko din na isumati kibut. Tayo na ko tamat na taman na tawkin na ilhuatun hilakrakput huinyakanik tamaw nga isinik nagaluni huniglaka tamaw nga ilyakirakto at hilyapting nun tabrayla ni hapakraktit takigatigot. Tabrayla tamat ko kasalit nagaluni tayo na okro tayo na hunyalara hilakput. Tabrayla tayo na taman na akilipar tam na nakuhangit kikput tayo na tamat ko nga tayo na tawag to kapta. Ilihimarugot. Tayo na tunagalan kanoko na yaktilak rangit mat ko din na. Tabar tamat ko din na kutsik to ni kamamaurot. Tabar kanoko na yakpik. Tabar lo tayo na isumati kap ko tayo na tunagalan kanoko na yakpitigo. Tabar lo ikakakaluman na tayo na isumati kap ko tayo na tabar ilo kating nutakakit inuit. Tabar lo tayo na tamat ko na okro na katoktot na akishak to amin. Tamat ko tahin akihusak to tayo naptakad laging miktapog kihut akimanayak patap ko nang. Tabar lo tayo na tabarlo ing miktigun habaka tot mikiruanik tabar tamat ko humik pinyangit chut tabarlo ing miktigun habaka to tamat ko akya piaki tap ma tugulimik aglaranak to am kabamanon tabarlo tight na tabar tamat ko 16 tun tamat ko ni nga apakot takaktugot tap to money.
I'm going to summarize some of
Kiurak ramin nik tabra utakiru nga huli kiu neaktilak ramnik. Kanakolo tabar tayo nakanayak pita tayo na tamat tumahi. Hilyak puta ko inalinya ko ni. Tabarlo tayo na ilitsarap ka niyak pita. Tamat ko ni nga kihuno naglan. ilitsarap kaagsawa tamna. Tabalut taok taman naptaokit na huama hibyuni hilapting nunit na hilapting nun taman na ilirakaktoak huinyalinya ko ni. Tabalut tayo na tamat ko din na ilihimagibot ilokata tayo na huinyalikangat hilagput tabalut tayo na ko ta. Tayo na ko ta tabalut tam na nakuangit kikput tugulakaligo tam na akiliakrak pihungit kikput maning. Tabalut taok tayo na tunagalan kihut muna kanyak parung nagalunin ilihamaniak parung ilitsakip kanyak patap kuninga hok. Tabalut tamat ko tayo na isum matigigibot. Hok tap ko pingit patigit nagalunin hok tayo na pinyakpat. Tabaw ko taokit na ilitsakarugut pang mapak tayo na pikpata. Tabaw tayo na ilihimarugut ubagut ke manin nun nami inyuni aktogut. Ilihimarugut na tunagalan matkot akitsoktot inyuni akaniptay na tamat ko tutrikakanyak luwit pigibut uwaptik kun nagaluni tam na tabra huinya gipiakakput akiliparnak at tabra hibula kay sumatigik puto na tabra lutay na kanokota ko at kanokota mat ko tutrikakanyak pitigit. Tap ko aptak malakot alengit tabra kanok titakanak pitigit. Tabra lutay na taman na isawatun ang alanakitkat. Tabra lutay na ptakin yu dino katingtay na ilitsokan yaktit ilitsokan itsut. Tabra na tugulak padung tam na malakot alek. Kanokanyak matabar tap ko tayo na tugulak padung tam na pihuk takting. Kanokalap tamat ko din na nunabot tamat ko din sumatingit tayo na tabraw ko din na isumalut takay piyakay tabar tap ko. Tabalut na hok hone ako ting nagalunin hok tamat ko ilitsakap kang patigut tap tumuna tap kuno na akilipanak tomik kaya nakpak.
For Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam.
I'm just sweating.
Kat kanok itkay una malero taleo 60 kanok pinyak pat kanok kat kanok una habaw takanak parang kanok Canada malero taleo ngit ukat ubagut malikibut kanok kat tap kat inuit mani nunapting ni kakaklu kanok tam na rebate mikitay hugay kawamanin manil kinyarinik pirot kanok
here in the Northwest Territories.
ukat kanok ukat manil kanok ukat manekakto $300,000, $200,000 and ukat akilyakakto at kanok habakpat. kanok ugot hilyag puta alang kamning kanok ikayunyak pita kanok ikayunyak pihit ugot government ugot ikayonangit kati ut kanok kanok ugot Northwest Territories man inunapting una kanok ikayonak kigati ut kanok ugot kanok yagilegnat kanok pinyak patit ugot kanok nyuniak pita kanok tapgot kanok isoknya kirut ugot kanok inyu hibut ikayonak kirut ugot kanok kanok malagatalit that ikayonak kirut kuyanak kamlik kuyanak got una bill 60 got malong ni got inuit ikakaklo nung puta haperanya kirok inunak kanok got mani nunapting ni itot kanok NTPC ugot kanok ikayonak kirita inuit kanok taxes nikta hugay ugot ikali akilyanak ta government kanok ikayonak kirita inuit ikakaklo inuk NWT ugot nunapting ni inurat kanok taxes nika akilyanak hot ugot akilyanak ti government kanok greenhouse gas emission nikta hugay ugot hohororat atonayat kanok ikayonak kirita ugot kanok inunak ugot habang nakirut ugot greenhouse emissions NWT ugot ikakaklo nunakput kanok dam na awlaki na kirok dam na greenhouse emission carbon taxes ugot daw kanok got naurat money I don't nakirut kanok tapun ni greenhouse emission tayo na kanok ikayonak tap ko tatoluit kanok ibaksak kanok ikayonak looting ugat inyong nitmani ikakaklulununupting ugat carbon tax na ugat akilyanak government akilyanak government kanok ugat GNWT ugat federal government kanok pimata ingefrimata bihungit kalok luta katimaraw ugat kanok inyo heka ang ibait sa kanok inyunak ikayonak kirut kanok ikayonak kirut Kanoka ikayana keritu dukwat inurat mani nunapting kayanak. Yanakpun kayanak. Vlupaka. Okay, on a doctor. Tam 60, number 60, pinyangit kaya. Ukat kanok ikayo na karut new hekputa hata na karut kanok ukat uvagut hama tap got federal government kanok ukat aglak parak tok hongeronik atok tuat hongerok mangnik atok tuat kanok pavrinyaga tukot iglunik napainyak tuat kanok ukot ikayo na kiri tukot inyut kihulaka ukot uvagut akili fight chuto kanok federal government kanok hunaptok carbon tax mikta hugay tukot akili farna government kanok ukot nunabut mi tayo na clean light tukot akili far light carbon tax mik aglan ataw himik tayo na akili rort tayo na itsukalok tuwit mani kuyanak. Kuyanak. Una ukalak kalawak kiga. Una kanok. Ukat kanok tam na malaro taliyok 60 yan ni tam na ukat kanok pigalawakat na kanok ukat amalit na kuingit kalawakat agalan tam na utak tinaktukta to ukat committee of the whole muka tayo committee whole tap kuat malarotaliw tita kanok taut tap kunan tautuk titpa nakhirok una kanok ukat kanok rebate nikta hugay ukat kanok kilifa akilinak tuat uko nagalunin maning nik pinyak tuat kanok habak pangit ukat kanok ukat kanok Taigo Farnak Hirok Tam na Bill 60 kanok ukat kanok tawding nakhirok ko na kanok all of looting kanok aulana kirqa kanorlika tutkikardiarluutamna kanok being out 3 diamond mines nika taihugay God nunabatani habaktot kanok GHG missions taptunga kanok bihurat kanok tapgot imiters nika taihugay God kanok ikayuhurat kanok kinyaragun nangalun telefokun kanok ukata kanok ukata malerdalioktit kanok itkagilu itukota inyunertot mani nunaptingni kanok tap kununa kota katita tap tumi tap kuna tap namtaw kinyarnik munakri kayanak sabatamin kayanak una tam na akilifanak carbon tax na kuingit kaloriga aglan ukata inyurat tamani nunaptingni inaram ni tak of kakaklu nunaput tap kota hapernya kirit kanoka inyuhinyak libut ukata inaram ni Fort Smith mi ukata kanoka tap kot Camille Royalokta kanoka aulan mad una hongarok pangnik kanoka 20% na aglilaw kalorat aglan una kanoka ukot NCPC hongarok bait aulatit kanoka tap kunamika aglilaw kalorat kanoka akilyak nak tam dunga kanoka aulatingat tam na hongarok bait kanoka ukot huvat ukot kanoka ukata tamna hydromika taihugait kanoka imakun tamna aulati hongarok pangnik taptuma nakunayaktuktan aulati pat unaptak emitters na taihugay to got kanoka hakuta igalorik puta kanoka tap got habaktot kanoka ukata haperanyak kirita haperanyangurita tap kota habakta tingming nika kanoka aule habang nektot kona unapta carbon tax act una haperanyagalok toka aglan kanoka tap kunana government and federal government Canada government ngayon tautuktinaq hiruq ukaat qanuq uqallautinaq qirutukaat federal government ukaat ikaaqaarluta ina inikput ikaaqaarlu inunakputuna apeqniaqqiuq qanuq inuunaq qiyanaq mampuiminuqaraniartuq
Tabrona wangaptauq tamna nakuangin miga akilifaarraq tabraptauq taina matkuat oqroqrotinna akitsoqmata tabrataapkut tamna itmaalugigiga mikiruani inaurani taitna mikiruani tamatkuatinna taitna tunagilani na tamatkuninga pikpata isuaqaniangitkaat tamatkuat inaurani ittuat quyanaqpak Malakatula tamatkuat 36-19 minihitat
Table document 723-192, table document 747-192, and table document 748-192. And members, by the authority given to me as Speaker of by motion 1-19-2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House. Member of Decho in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish?
tabrukot hunik isumakakpat matkot isumarutakakpat tabrona 36-19 747 bracket number 2 tabrutamatkot na qiyanak okakte
You don't get to. Committee, we have agreed to consider Committee Report 36-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the review of the 2020.
Ugot tautung tautung ni ligit ka tau kan. Ugot government kanok letting it. Mr. Johnson ugot October 28 mi tayo kanika ugot kanok 2021. Ugot how letting it government. Kanok letting it taut munakringit. Munakring na ugot kanok habang mata ugot kanok tautung naktat. Ugot Auditor General Miktay huwag ugot manika Camille Waklugo kanok ugot tauk aulakinak ugot kanok Munakilugit ugot tap minga kaitilakay to what tautukluanak tata apekro hukuvi tabra pinyak ugot tap got pinyak community reports taina tautukluakanat 2021-22 public account yang North. Ugot koleranak tutugot kanok habang mata ugot HSS Health and Social Services ugot habang mata kanok koleranak tutu kanok habang mata kuyanak. Okay, NTHSS ugot kanok kolera nakalaktot kanok pingitsit kanok kanudun maningnit kana atoktot kanok taina kanok kolera kanok tam na keliu nagalunin pipiarlu ugot nakuya parum tam nakuya nakata atawag ka pingitsok ugot Health and Social Services tam na kanok maning nikatok man tayo anak auditor report maning nikmunak tam na auditor general kot kolakanak to ka tam na tap kununa kayanak tap kot tam na nakuha ka niya ata aglan ataw heka pingitok. Akot
Tabra tayo na tamat ko at ilitsura niya titin na habakatigilwit tap tuma kinaranig mo nakriram pinyakan. Tabra huli. Inyit Mr. O'Reilly. Kuya nak mga dad. Tabra ukot munakrirot kinaranig. Tabra ulit siya kanya aktit matkot inventory nagpilakaya dilit siya kanya ako ting kamilakaya ako ting kanohakaw tingin niya kinaranig. Pilakaya ba't? Kanito nagalan Kenya tamat kot. Tabalo tight na ilokatik. Tabalo kami laki waktu tight na ilitsura niya kaya tabalo tak katimarakak tu tight na ilitsura niya aktonik ilitsura mani aktonik ataramik katimaritap ko tabalo muna kinakigay tap ko at kinyawat kanitun kano angalan magayta tabalo tight na kakugo mata nagaluni Tabra wani tayo na 7 tunukiw ni tabra tamat ko ni nga apasro takaurunga. Tabra lo ilitsura huklunga kanakin niya aktilakang itmatkot. Tabra lo tak nuktitak matigit kanok ka nuktitak magayta ilihima huktunga. Tabra lo ta na inuit ilitsura niya aktit. Ilitsura niya akto at na kihula ka ilitsura at kabluit. Tabra tap ko at ilitsura niya ta mute. You can't mute tak tayo na mute. Kaya lang. O kakti. Tabra na nuktit kumidjong nakwari kumidjong tabra tamat ko atit na tam na pihungit kumidjong tam na kangak titarok Mr. Johnson Tabra ko atit na tamat ko atit na ilitsura kaluit tamat ko atit na kinyara lakiram minita nga tabra tamat ko atit na kanokolo tamat ko atit na ilitsura niya aktingit ilitsura at kublugit tayo na ilokata tayo na uwagot hawak to agot tamat ko nini. Kuya nak. Tabra wagot tayo na ataramik ukaw tigilakik puto na. Tabra tayo na ingmiktigun. Ilitsarap kahong itshot. Tabra tayo na tamat ko na tabrani nuktita krami itpa Mr. O'Reilly. Taro ko tayo tunay tamat ko na malakatalet ilitsure naktutap ko nang 2021 mi tamat ko $6 million tun tuha naktut tamat ko tabertam na aglaktani diretsok tam na kanakulo abik to ako magaitat amik to ani nga tap tuman nalunaktok taberlutay na mat kuninga akali kaktuni nagalunin ing miktiun iglo kaktuni tamat kuninga akili na nik license nik pirakigay akili huri tamat kuninga tamat ko ta una malako taliak ta bertay nakimarakon oni agalaktani mat ko ta piyak tani itok Tabralo tamat ko atin na okra-okra tigun tabrang man walsmin tuhakanaktot. Tabra tait na kabamanu takti tawrok tam na. Kinya orangit. Kanda tunagalan tamat ko ning akili na kranik. Tamat ko atin tabra tait na akili mata tamat ko $1 million tunin man. Tabralo tait na tunagalan na retsok tam na. Tabralo tamat ko din na utak titak nagalunin kanok abugok tak nagalunin kanok ato tigirak tam na ilitsure huktugut. Kanok lo tawak tamat ko royal nik pirakigay kano tunagalan pimagay ta mat ko nalurugot. Tabralo tam na nakulkak pat alanin hurakaw tinik mani Northwest Territories ni. Tabralo tayo nilitsaka piyaw lunga kanokan tilangit tap ko din magay ta. Tam na tabar minihitawrak kinyawar tigun tabra pekir takalaki tam na ingmik tigun kaba makakamin ingmik tigun habakak tot unalo tabra tabralo na kaba maurat tabralo tam na devolution pirakigata kanokin tam na pikul kaloriga. Tabralo tayo na katimaringit na. Tabralo tayo na ukaw tingit ka tam na kuat federal government kutsik to ni kabamanun ukaw ti kamit tigit tamat ko tuhak na chut. Tabralo ko mat ko ding bigtiun kaba makaktot tangungit chwat tabralo tamat ko nga na ing migtak tuhak patay litsurek patak na ko na yakaya kaya nakakti tabralo na kakiti kanakulagit ko at kawamangitit na heagluit kanok titaw din naktilakangit tilitsure huktudukot ukwat kawamaurat ilingit takin na okrorola kerot na ilitsarap kala chut mat kuninga kanok heraw dimingnik Kenya 50% tun tabaratay na utaktichi 50% tun GNWT utaktichi utaktichi gay tabrang atok tanginin. Bis matsalo. Tabili himarunga. Tabi wani pang mapagkuliangit kat. Kanut yung naglaan ka ba matukot pimagay tap ko ng nalukay naktut. Tabi na ilitsaka pala ulunga piro nga tam na nuktita ka na kangat nakuha loarya. Lokating nakuha niya pa do. Mr. Johnson. Tabarlutay na ilitsarap kaya hukto. Tabarlutay na. Kuya. Kuya. Tabarlutay ko ilitsarap palaw tatamit ko nga. Kanok tamat ko at inyo na ako tingin na ilitsura huklunga tamat ko na kanito nagalan tinya rakaktilangit nagalunin at okrangin nik tait na pirangit tait na sumatigiwit. Tabraw ko na $1 billion yung tamat ko na hawak pang nun ay chuti himagay. Tabraw ko kuya nakatam na ilaw ko giatap ko nga. Tabrokot tabralutay na tabratam na pakrutak 35 pingahuni tatkakayutini tabranala tam na ilitsura hukiga. Mr. Johnson, kuya nak tabraptak tamat ko na ilitsura tabraw na. Tabraw na ilitso alang o himahit ko galo akigaglan kanokolo kitamat ko na isumatigi na ilit kanokolo tamat ko at humatinig na kanok tamat ko na tayo nalo tamat ko na kuliak rangit Kuliak tungit kahit huli tayo na ilitsarap kaya ngit tamat ko na nga. Ilokain yun, ilitsarap kang kahit kanito nagalan atok tilaming ngit. Kuya na tabrap-tap-tap yung nga kinyarinig mo na kayo ilitsarap kahit kuro nga kano katilangan tabra ni kinyarat kano kangalan ningit. Tam na hungin niya kat, Mr. Johnson.
And further, the digitized presentation of financial results should align with the administrative, economic, functional, and program classifications used in the budget and main estimates documents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See Mr. Johnson. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried.
Mr. Johnson, we've got
Provide a response to this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see Mr. Johnson. The motion is
nagkakanak patigit, nagkakanak kat, malakukan nagkakangit ka tam na nagkakanak kat. Time ako na patukot kanok 2021 public accounts nik tayo gay kot kanok tayo kot aglang nik kanok kolera na rat. Tapkot na ko na tayo na ato na taw tukat.
consider table document
747-19 brackets 2 taptaming supplementary estimates kanutun una kanak itka pinyarat kot koyanak habak pangnika pinyak tu taptuminga kanak habak pangnik habang nakpat expenditures nothing tay hugay tukot kanok paning nika ato nakpat. Ukot tayo na $59.8 million tun ukot 22-23 tun klinik ukot habang niyak tangi ukot $4.5 million tun ukot kanok tokonera tuna infrastructure nik tayo hugay tukot habak bite. Tap tuming up takit kagilu ukot COVID-19 publalong kanok tayo wak katabra ugat minitak kinyakun maningnik monakri itkutiniak tok ikayok tikranik koyanak. midi taka kakailakit. Bill McKay, Terence Coutre, ugat maning nika munakit. Tunt kagalang niak tujukok. Mikiruramik.
I will now open the floor for general comments from the members. Oh, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I think the minister mentioned in her opening remarks that there's a cash flowing forward of a number of infrastructure projects, and I'm furiously trying to get the actual document in front of me, but can the minister explain why it was necessary to cash flow this money forward? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's different reasons that would attach to different individual projects, but fundamentally,
Got daw ka daw tu lakit ki adap got kanok habang tarinara taw na projects nigtay hugay got kanok habang mata got napaka pinyarat ukir Una Mr. Riley o kakanakto. Una kanok atok pa sida kanok pinyak pat budget over spending tayo na gugay kanok pinyak pat habang nakpati kanok tam na kuyanak. Kanok habaw tayo na kanok tam na pingit kalok riga tap ko iyat ni ato ko na akto kanok aki chunak pata tap ko kanok ato ko mata maning nik mikiruna nik okot tao ka iyat ni pinyarat okot tao ka kanok maning nik ato ko na kota mega projects nik tayo hugay tagliro nik habang nik kanok
say maybe the green.
Tapos got kanito naglan tinyawan ni ato ko magay ming Kuya na ko kakti. Nitak. Tabaw na. Apasay tangat. Kanok man na hidak put winali rocket na anaktif ka relief ka kagayat Inuit. Kanok lo tabra tait na allagi patmat ko. Kanok lo tabra tait na kinyarat mat ko at nuktitak neli kahit na atok neli kahit hibon na kami. Kuya na ko kakti. Mr. Riley. Kuya na. Tabaw ko at kutsik to ni kawamat atok padung nagalunin tap ko ng tuhara kebat nagalunin ilichara hemabat. Kuya na. Tabaw na tam na ilichara pala kablugo na piga. Your sweater. Your sweater. Tabaw na. Ilichara ka lang na litit ka. Kano heka tingin mo na alangok tilanga. Kaya nakakakti.
In the fall is by the way in which you would measure whether or not you're in compliance with fiscal responsibility policy. But at this point, Mr. Chair, these changes are. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So are all of these projects, cropping up again in the 23-24 capital estimates? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to make sure I've not missed anything. Perhaps I'll turn it over to the Deputy Minister or Assistant Deputy Minister just to confirm where they may fall in our near capital planning, please.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the Minister noted before, this negative supplementary appropriation is intended to make sure that the capital budget for this current year is, that this year is reflective of what will actually be spent, and then the capital estimates will give future years, and so these projects are within that new capital estimates, the revised capital estimates that are currently tabled in the ledge. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Look, I'll cut this short. I think that this is probably better financial management, but it still reflects our overspending on, not overspending, over budgeting of capital. And we, for a whole variety of different reasons, just can't get the money out the door. We can't get the work done, whether it's COVID, whether, there's no contractors available to do the work, whatever, supply chain delays, maybe there's not enough folks in procurement services to get the stuff out. I have no sense of that. But I think this is just a reflection of, again, our over budgeting on capital, which means we have to set aside more money to get an operating surplus, so there's less money for programs and services to meet people's basic needs. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. O'Reilly. Any further comments on the general comments? Seeing none, seeing no further questions on the general comments, we will review the supplementary estimates by department and activity. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the tabled document? Committee, we will begin on page 5. Department of Infrastructure, Operations, Expenditures, Energy and Strategic Initiatives not previously authorized, negative $29,736,000. Does committee agree? Department of Infrastructure Operations Expenditure, total department not previously authorized, negative $29,736,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will turn to page 6. Department of Municipal and Community Affairs Operations Expenditures, Community Operations, not previously authorized, $48,106,000. Does committee agree? Department of Municipal and Community Affairs Operations Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $48,106,000. Does committee agree? Committee will turn to page 7. Education, Culture and Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services, not previously authorized, negative $400,000. Does committee agree? Education, Culture and Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, negative $400,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will turn to page 8. Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, Health and Social Programs not previously authorized, negative $1,578,000. Does committee agree? Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, Long-Term and Continuing Care Services not previously authorized, negative $3,718,000. Does the committee agree? Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $5,296,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, we will turn to pages 9 and 10. Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized, negative $21,288,000. Does the committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, not previously authorized, $51,227,000. Does committee agree? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so there's about $15 million that's not going to be spent on the so-called Slade Geological Province All-Weather Road Highway Environmental Assessment. So how does that affect the timeline for that project? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, as members may be aware, there is a process underway right now for a regional strategic environmental assessment. I hope I haven't misstated the proper title for it, but it's a process that goes through the board. So there is a delay, but for that process, in order for that other process to take place, there's certainly, I think, some hope that as that process is underway, that it will may ultimately actually benefit that overall region and whatever the future project might look like. So while the specific money that is here for environmental assessment is pushed now into 23-24, again, pending what may be happening in this other process here first, that might well actually ultimately help catch up to where a longer term vision of the project might want to be at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, Minister. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm glad the clock got started there. Well, I'm glad the minister volunteered all of that because that was my next question, actually, because in the letter that this government sent to, not sure exactly, I guess it was probably Minister Vandal about the regional study that the Clecho government has asked. There's kind of two things that our government mentioned in there. One was that they supported participant funding, but they said the other thing was that a regional study shouldn't delay the planning for this road in any way. And that's not what the minister just said here. So I'm very happy to get that on the record, that our government is fine having this road delayed while the regional study is underway, and get the results from that first to provide a proper planning context and direction for whether this thing is a good thing or not. So I'm very happy to get that response or that information from the minister, and I look forward to GNWT actually formalizing that position and putting it forward to the federal minister. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I guess I don't have any other comments to make. I know the departments are working, several departments are working together on that right now, and I don't know the current state of the matter that's before the board, but again, as I've said, I think we're all quite hopeful that, subject to how that unfolds, which is out of the GNWC's hands, that it will ultimately be for the benefit of the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks. Well, whether it's to the benefit of the region or not, that's, I think, part of the questions that the regional study needs to grapple with is, whether you want a road or whether you want to have caribou. And especially at a time where the caribou numbers are so low with a Bathurst herd, and I just don't think that they can handle this kind of disturbance. So, but that's the kind of issues that the regional study needs to deal with, and to figure out if this sort of thing would actually be a net benefit at the end of the day. So, but again, I'm very happy to hear the Minister of Finance say that our government doesn't have a problem delaying this project so that the regional study can be done. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister, I'll allow you to comment if you so wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm really wearing more of an ITI hat when I'm speaking about the project, and ENR actually is the lead on it, so this probably isn't the right time or place to get into the weeds of what may or may not be happening on that front with the board. Again, as I've said, Mr. Chair, I know our government is at that table, as is the Clecho government. I believe other Indigenous governments are there. And we do need to see what that process, how that process unfolds. We're not the lead. The board is leading that process. So I think all parties see potential benefit from it, and we'll see where that gets us. And the money that's here is pushed to 23-24, and the member asked me if that's going to delay the whole project. Mr. Speaker, again, it's my hope that it does not, and that the regional assessment process does not either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Mr. O'Reilly.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I'm not going to continue the debate here. I got the minister on record, and I'm going to hold our government to account for that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Any further comments in this section? Just to make a correction on the department. It's the Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Energy and Strategic Initiatives. Not previously authorized, $51,227,000. Does committee agree? Okay, ones that are awake are talking. Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, negative $72,515,000. Does committee agree? Did we hear anything? Did you hear anything? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 747-19, brackets 2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 2, 2022 to 2023? Pardon? A member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that consideration of tabled document 747-19(2) supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 2, 22-23 be now concluded, and that tabled document 747-19(2) be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. To the motion. We'll just wait for everyone to get the motion in front of them. Okay, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Resounding. All those opposed? The motion is carried. Table document 747-19(2) will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Merci. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 748-19(2) supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures. Number 2, 2022 to 2023. Does the Minister have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am happy to present the supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures number 2, 2022-23. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $80.684 million, of which $27.7 million will be offset by revenues from the Government of Canada. Included in this amount is $22.4 million in changes in accounting treatment for that was previously reported as work on behalf of others. These include the following agreements: $8 million to provide support for RCMP facilities, including maintenance, utilities, janitorial services, and minor capital repairs; $4.6 million to support the Labour Market Development Agreement; $2.5 million in support of the Mutual Aid Resources Sharing Agreement; $2.1 million for road maintenance across the Northwest Territories; and $1.6 million for the protection of caribou. We are also proposing to support federally funded agreements, including $2.3 million in support of the Building Skills for Success program in the Northwest Territories, $1.4 million to support legal aid services under the Agreement respecting access to justice services, and $1.4 million to support other access to justice services for Indigenous residents, families, and victims of crime. These supplementary estimates include two significant items to support the government's response to combat natural disasters: $39.2 million for flood relief and recovery in the town of Hay River and the Catalodice First Nation, and $5 million for additional fire suppression support during the 2022 fire season. These supplementary estimates also propose the following items, which are not offset by federal funding programs: $5.3 million for the government's share of costs related to the RCMP collective agreement, and $2.7 million to support the retention and recruitment of health professionals. That concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. I am happy to answer any questions committee may have.
Merci, Minister. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Mr. Chair.
Merci. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back again for a second time. I have the Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McKay, and the Assistant Deputy Minister, Terence Coutre.
I will now open the floor to general comments. Mr. O'Reilly. Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So can someone explain to me in plain language what this extra $22.4 million is all about? It's some sort of change in accounting treatment. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me turn that to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So under the public service accounting rules, we have to treat certain transfers of funding from the federal government as either flow-through arrangements or revenue. And if we've determined that this amount of money is actually revenue, so it needs to be treated as revenue because it goes into the department and then is used in their general appropriation to fund certain projects. Whereas if it was a flow-through arrangement, it would just go from a government to a third party, including a territorial government, and just go directly into another party. So they would just be basically flowing the money directly to a third party rather than including it as part of the revenue. So we just had to change the accounting treatment of that funding. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. So do we have to go back in prior years and try to fix this? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Mr. Chair, well, good thing I'm not an accountant. So I guess the bottom line here is that we have to, this money is now showing up on our books as money that we're spending, and so we've got $22.4 million less to work with. I'm confused at the best of times. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So no, Mr. Chair, fortunately, it doesn't work out that way. It really is just a way in which the funds are classified and where it's being reported upon. It's not a change to the funding arrangements or funding agreements that are in place, but just a change in that it's being reported now as an appropriation, whereas before it was not. But it doesn't change money available to the government. It's just money that has that was previously being classified as money that was brought in to do work for others, federal government being probably the top of that list, as opposed to now wanting to show up elsewhere. It is, maybe I should just start with this or just end with this, Mr. Chair. It's money that's fully offset from third parties. So whether it's money that we say is on behalf of others or that we now show as in a different, under a different classification to work on behalf, that's really all that's happening here. So no actual changes to the financial standing of the government. I don't know if that helps.
Did you get all of that, Mr. O'Reilly?
Mr. Chair, actually, believe it or not, I now understand it. That there's an offsetting amount that's coming in as revenue from the federal government, and we just have to show the money going out. And that's what this is about. So thank you for that explanation late on a Tuesday night. So there's some money in here for flood relief, and I, of course, support that. But is this the end of it, or can we expect to see more funding in future supplementary appropriations just for flood relief? And my next one will be about whether there's anything in here for planning in terms of longer-term mitigation. But let's just deal with, is there more money coming in a future sup for relief? Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the money that is being sought for appropriation here is for up to 2022-23, or for this year in terms of what we're anticipating. Certainly, obviously can't see into the future of what might happen in the spring, and would certainly note that this doesn't account for whatever amounts we may then ultimately get by the federal government under the disaster assistance policy. Certainly are hopeful of an advance, and then ultimately hopeful to see a full 90% coverage. But the first of those might arrive this fiscal, but it may well be that it's not till next, and the full amount is unlikely to arrive this or next fiscal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks. Yeah, I think there's going to be a cash flow problem here, but can someone tell me where we stand at with the supplementary reserve for the ops side for 22-23? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly can. So we start off the year, just to remind the House, we start off the year with a $35 million supplementary reserve, and we right now are in a deficit of just over $42 million. The main reason for that is as a result of the costs of the flood for 2022, and that is a significant reason for that overage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Mr. Chair, so how do we make up that $42 million deficit? Is it short-term borrowing that we have to incur to cover that? And yeah, I'll start there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there will be it will depend on what the surplus or operating surplus position is. We were, as you may recall, forecasting at one point a fairly significant operating surplus. So that is the first piece that it gets taken from, is what would have been an operating surplus will now likely not be, and anything beyond that would increase our debt. We'd be taking on debt in order to ensure that we can meet those cash obligations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thank you for that. So what, if any, lessons have we learned then in terms of the size of the supplementary reserve? And I recognize that we wouldn't expect a Hay River flood every year, but clearly with the climate crisis on us and so on, we need to find a way to set aside some more money to deal with this kind of stuff that's more likely to happen. So how are we going to try to manage this into the future? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comment. Yeah, we certainly don't want to see a flood impact that's the size of $100 million as we did this year. Certainly, I mentioned the year before, while devastating in the Dutchell region and in the Henday region, the costs of that flood in 2021 were nowhere near what this one was. So there's by no means any certainty that we're going to be year over year seeing $100 million for what appear to be climate change impacts. That said, I take the point. It is that there may need to be some looking at what kind of reserve is required. This particular year, it was part of the fiscal strategy early days of how we might mitigate and how we might plan to have reserves and what that would look like as the overall fiscal strategy for 4 years. Things obviously change a lot over the course of 4 years, notwithstanding a pandemic. So again, point well taken and probably well made, given that we are kind of going into our last main estimates, but then planning does begin almost immediately thereafter for what the government would look like in the future. So, point taken, and thoughts on that can begin to crystallize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So one last one, maybe. So, and the minister touched on this, that for, I guess, 23, 24, it looks like for 22, 23, we've gone now from an operating surplus to probably an operating deficit. How's that going to be in compliance with the fiscal responsibility policy in light of the capital estimates that are also before the House? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is within the fiscal responsibility policy a 2-year period. So it's not necessarily, it doesn't line up. There's a kind of a grace period where if there is an event such as what we all hope to be a once-in-a-lifetime flood, that in those circumstances, we would see that you do get a bit of room. You get these 2 years where, you know, the deficit that we're running now, we can catch up on. And so, but that also said, the operating deficits and surpluses aren't necessarily, we need to actually see where the actuals land to see just what level of compliance we have with the fiscal responsibility policy, and that is information that we'll be in a position to provide in the next couple of months. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Any further comments for the general comment section? Seeing no further general comments, we will proceed to review the supplementary estimates by department and activity. Committee, please turn to page 3 of the table document. Education, Culture and Employment. Education, Culture and Employment, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services not previously authorized, $635,000. Does committee agree? Merci, committee. Education, Culture and Employment, Labor Development and Advanced Education not previously authorized, $6,939,000. Does committee agree? Merci, committee. Education, Culture and Employment, total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, $7,574,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to pages 4 and 5 of the table document. Department of Environment, is that right? Okay, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Environmental, Natural Resources, Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, not previously authorized, $750,000. Does committee agree? Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $7,518,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see there's $5 million extra here for forest fire suppression. Can I just get confirmation what that brings the total forest fire cost to, and whether this is the end of it? I know we were fighting fires very late this year, and the SUP sometimes takes some time. So do we believe this is the end of extra money needed for forest fires this season? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the total amount for this season is coming in at just over $24.7 million. So a little bit more than what is reflected here. That's the total budget, including the base funding amounts that were for the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
No, that's all.
All right, Massey. Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $7,518,000. Does committee agree? Great. Environment and Natural Resources, Water Management and Monitoring, not previously authorized, $325,000. Does committee agree? Environment and Natural Resources, Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, $1,622,000. Does committee agree? Massey Committee, Environment and Natural Resources, total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, $10,215,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 6 of the table document, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate, not previously authorized, $381,000. Does committee agree? Massey Committee, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, $381,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 7 of the table document, Department of Health and Social Services. Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, not previously authorized, $430,000. Does committee agree? Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just have a couple of questions. I'm wondering how quickly the labor market supplement will be provided to existing employees. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was just trying to confirm with the deputy exactly what day the first payment would be made. I believe it is this month. I just don't know exactly on what day. Deputy Minister might know.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It'll be paid on the regular pay cycle, so the next pay date in November is when we're expecting it to go out. Thank you.
Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to whether or not there are any anticipated expansions of the Labour Market Supplement Program. I know that many of us have heard from different constituents who feel that they have been, or who have been, cut out of the program and who have indicated that they may go to their deputy heads in regards to this. So I'm wondering if the Minister has any indication as to whether or not they've heard from different deputy heads, or if there is a plan to expand the eligibility for this program within this fiscal year. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do sincerely hope that public servants don't feel left out. I know there are some and many that do. Mr. Chair, the Labour Market Supplement, it is not a bonus. It was not COVID pay. It was not reflective of folks who I know were working on the front lines during COVID and were often working through very difficult circumstances through COVID. The Labour Market Supplement flows from the Labour Market Supplement policy that was developed to give some parameters in what is a very difficult labour market in all industries, in all professions across all of Canada, and to make sure that we had every possible available tool at our disposal to be able to recruit staff and retain staff in certain positions here in the Northwest Territories. So the policy is really focused on positions that are difficult to staff. And to get into the state of having a labour market supplement applicable meant that the department, and in this case it was Health and Social Services that came forward, which, really with the headlines that are coming from across Canada, that probably shouldn't be particularly striking, that there are some positions within Health and Social Services that are in particular demand and very difficult post-COVID to be staffing. So they came forward first with their evidence and information about which positions would qualify under the policy for a labour market supplement. There's then the discussions that take place with the union to ensure that, again, this is a modification over the agreements that would otherwise normally be in place under the collective agreement. The discussions that were had in the fall were really because both sides were coming to the table recognizing the urgency of the area. The benefit to staff, Mr. Chair, is really that when there's more staff there on the floor and available, then that increases the number of people, that hopefully decreases people being asked to do overtime, decreases hopefully the number of people that are running double shifts. And that should be hopefully a larger scale benefit. But Mr. Chair, it is dependent, if there's going to be another labour market supplement, on another department coming forward and saying that they have that same level of need and meet the needs of the policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland.
Much, Mr. Chair. I'm glad the Minister brought up additional staff, and it's my understanding that this line item also speaks to the hiring of additional staff, and I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to that item and how many people that might be, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is indeed some amount here for other recruitment and retention strategies. And that was, if you will recall, earlier before the labour market supplement came out, a variety of strategies put forward by the Department of Health and Social Services and working with Department of Finance and Human Resources specialists about other options. So for instance, and I think this is what the question is, there's 4 employee onboarding specialist positions. That is really meant to be an opportunity to help new staff who come in understand relocation, understand getting settled. They are based 2 in Yellowknife, 1 in Hay River, 1 in Betchiko. It was in response to concerns raised within the Department of Health and Social Services that new and incoming staff, particularly those moving from somewhere else to a new community, with all of the demands of the position that they're in and all of the frontline needs that they have, were often not being really well brought into the service, really well brought into their community, and that this was becoming a significant issue on retention. And so it was considered to be an area that could directly benefit keeping folks available and really recruiting people in who could feel welcome and immediately integrate well into the service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the minister also brought up the huge quantity of overtime that nurses are doing and healthcare professionals are doing, and how reducing that really is going to be a mechanism to retain staff so they do have that work-life balance and are able to, really work in safe working environments. And so I'm wondering if a future supplementary appropriation will include bursary programs essentially for education in return for service within the public service, so that we can really create our own nursing pool and then create our own pool of people that are doing return of service for education. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was listening earlier during question period when those questions were put to the Minister of Health and Social Services. I am in no better position to answer them than what she was at that time. So I think I'll just defer to another round of questioning at another time, perhaps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow is a new day. Mr. Chair, my next question is one of the things that was pointed out after the labour market supplement was announced within NTHSSA is that the Hay River Health Authority falls out of that. And so should the Hay River Health Authority move forward, are we to expect an additional supplementary appropriation, or how will that work? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, so yeah, they are, as I understand, still in bargaining. So again, I do want to be cautious in speaking about anything that's happening in bargaining. I would not want ever to be a sense that we are, trying to assume the outcomes of a process that has a proper process to be followed. Now, I do think it's probably fairly expected, given some of the public statements that were made by the parties, that there is likely to be some amount. Now, as to whether or not it has to come back through an appropriation or not will depend on what the final amounts are. If there is a need to appropriate further dollars for Hay River Health and Social Services Authority through the Department of Health and Social Services, yes, it comes back as a SUP. If the amounts, given that it's a smaller health and social or a smaller authority, are of a nature that they can be internalized within the department, then it wouldn't come back as a SUP. But that's unfortunately at this point, I can't finally predict that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions at this time.
Merci. Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, not previously authorized, $130,000. Does committee agree? Health and Social Services, Health and Social Programs, not previously authorized, $2,683,000. Does committee agree? Must committee. Health and Social Services, total department operations expenditures, not previously authorized, $3,113,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 8 of the table document, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Industry, Tourism and Investment, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, negative $16,000. Does committee agree? Industry, Tourism and Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $1,044,000. Does committee agree? Industry, Tourism and Investment, Tourism and Parks, not previously authorized, negative $17,000. Does committee agree? Must see committee, Industry, Tourism and Investment, total department operations expenditures, not previously authorized, $1,011,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 9 of the table document, Department of Infrastructure, Asset Management, not previously authorized, $58,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, not previously authorized, $300,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure, Programs and Services, not previously authorized, $153,000. Does committee agree? Infrastructure Regional Operations Not Previously Authorized, $10,272,000. Does committee agree? Must see committee. Infrastructure Total Department Operations Expenditures Not Previously Authorized, $10,783,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 10, the table document, Department of Justice. Justice, Community Justice Not Previously Authorized, $1,201,000. Does committee agree? Justice Court Services Not Previously Authorized, $201,000. Does committee agree? Justice Legal Aid Services Not Previously Authorized, $1,369,000. Does committee agree? Justice Policing Services Not Previously Authorized, $5,314,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see $5 million here for the RCMP collective agreement. My understanding is that there's a bit of a dispute about how the collective agreement is going to apply to the back pay or the retroactively. Can I just clarify whether this is the total amount we owe for the collective agreement or whether this $5 million is just one this fiscal year? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for 22-23 or this current fiscal year only, and I don't have detail as to what may or may not be happening with respect to retroactive pay that flows from the collective agreement, the newly agreed to collective agreement. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I think there's I can't remember, 2 or 3 years of retroactive pay. I see $5 million 1 year. So is it safe to assume that there's $10 or $15 million more coming to the RCMP? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, this first collective agreement spans from April 1st, 2017 through to March 31st of 2023. I don't know offhand what those costs for the retroactive pay will look like, nor do I necessarily know what a cost share ratio there might be associated. Obviously, we'll have to come back to before the House when or if that is resolved, and likely through the form of a supplementary appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, and just confirming that this brings our policing services contract with the RCMP up to $55 million, and is it then anticipated for the remainder of this collective agreement that would be the total amount of the contract, or is there some other thing going on where it may be more than $5 million built into next fiscal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the current agreement is in effect, as I said, or this portion here now we do have till 2023. There's an agreement that I believe has been reached up to March 31st of 2032, and it will then be built in for the Department of Justice in their main estimates, so that in future years it will be reflected through the usual appropriations process. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
No further questions. Thank you.
Let's see. Justice Policing Services Not Previously Authorized, $5,314,000. Does committee agree? Justice Services to the Public Not Previously Authorized, $239,000. Does committee agree? Let's see, committee, Justice Total Department Operations Expenditures Not Previously Authorized, $8,324,000. Does committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 11 of the table document, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations Not Previously Authorized, $40,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. So there's $39 million here for the flooding, bringing the total appropriation to $117 million. I'm just going to round here. Can I just clarify whether this includes, I believe there was a $60 million special warrant, how that fits into this figure? Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, We're on the page 11. We're on the community operations, the $40,000. So your question is on the next section, right? So, all right, not previously authorized $40,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Municipal and community affairs, public safety, not previously authorized, $39,243,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this summer there was a $60 million special warrant for the flooding. Can I just clarify whether that figure is included in this $117 million? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. The 60 million special warrant, this appropriation, total flood costs are 109 million of the 117 that's reflected at that line item. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the total flood costs are quite a bit higher than that. So can I just clarify whether we are expecting further supplemental appropriations to come forward for flood costs? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me turn that to Mr. Coutre. I expect he'll have the most up-to-date numbers.
Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 109 million is the latest number that we have. I understand the department is still working very closely with the community on cost claims, and if there are additional claims that exceed the $109 million, that potentially could be considered in sub 3 later this year for 22-23. And just to clarify, sir, this is only the 22-23 number. There is another amount expected in 23-24 as well. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can someone just tell me how the KFN reserve funding flows into this? I believe they are going through a different process and are expecting hopefully 100% money back through the federal government through Indigenous services. Can I just clarify whether this money also includes the KFN money? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so it does still include that because the GNWT fronts the costs, but the member is correct that because it has a different funding source from the federal government, we are expecting that those costs will be 100% funded as compared to the 90% under the disaster assistance policy. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Municipal and community affairs, public safety, not previously authorized, $39,243,000. Does committee agree? Must see committee, municipal and community affairs, total department operations expenditures not previously authorized, $39,283,000. Does committee agree? Must see committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 748-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 2 2022 to 2023? Mr. O'Reilly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I move that consideration of table document 748-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 2 2022-2023 be now concluded, and that table document 748-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. I'll say, Mr. Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Must see committee, we have concluded consideration of table document 748-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 2 2022-2023. Sergeant at Arms, can you please escort the witnesses out of the chamber, please? Merci. Mr. O'Reilly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Merci.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole? Member for Decho.
Madam Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 36-19(2), Table Document 747-19(2), Table Document 748-19(2). We would like to report progress with 11 motions adopted, and that Committee Report 36-19(2) is concluded. That consideration of table documents 747 and 748 are concluded, and that the House concur in those estimates, and that an appropriation bill be based thereon and be introduced without delay. And Madam Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Merci.
Have a seconder. Member for Range Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 58, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act No. 2, be read for a third time. And Madam Speaker, I am requesting a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. The member for Hay River South has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife. The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Decho.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote is 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 58 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 59, an act to amend the Elections and Plebiscites Act, be read for a third time. And Madam Speaker, I am requesting a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to again rise in my opposition to Clause 12 of this bill, which will prohibit cannabis sales on polling day. I want to clarify how committee got here. They started with a recommendation that said from the Chief Electoral Officer, as recommended in 2015, this subsection of the Election and Plebiscites Act unfairly penalizes business owners. There is no data available to support a view that the sale of liquor, retail, or in establishment has any bearing in polling day turnout. Most Canadian jurisdictions have eliminated this requirement. And then somehow we ended up, instead of listening to our Chief Electoral Officer and the Chamber of Commerce and numerous business repeated requests to get rid of liquor on polling day, we are adding cannabis. I also want to clarify, the committee seems to think, originally when bringing forward, that this would bring some consistency. However, this will only prohibit cannabis if passed on territorial election day. You can still sell cannabis on municipal election days, federal election days, and municipal election days. Yes. Additionally, the Minister of Finance has recently, in their liquor legislation review, stated that they will remove the requirement on the prohibition of selling alcohol on polling day. This is actually found in the liquor regulations. It does not require legislative amendment, so the minister can and should make that change any day. But here we are once again, making it illegal to sell cannabis every day, every 4 years, once a day, for really no reason at all. When the Cannabis Act was passed, it did not include this section. There's no intention, as far as I can tell, by the Liquor Act or the Cannabis Act to prohibit the selling. It is really just this one motion being brought forward to today. Unfortunately, this morning when I wanted to delete this, I forgot to get a seconder. I have no idea whether I have any support for this or if I am alone, but should any member wish to second a motion deleting Clause 12, that would be greatly appreciated, or else perhaps this will just go up in smoke. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yep. Is it a recorded? All right. The member has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvialuktun Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Deschaux.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife North.
All those abstaining, please rise. The result of the recorded vote is 15 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 59 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day. Madam Clerk.
Ordre du jour pour mercredi le 2e novembre 2022 à 13h30. Prière, déclaration de ministre, déclaration de député, réponse aux questions orales, présentation de visiteurs dans la tribune, remerciements, questions orales, questions écrites, réponse aux questions écrites, réponse au discours d'ouverture de la commissaire, pétition, rapport de comité à la suite de l'étude de projet de loi, rapport de comité permanent et spéciaux, dépôt de documents, avis de motion, motion 67-19-2, avis de motion tendant à la première lecture du projet de loi, première lecture du projet de loi 65, projet de loi 66, projet de loi 67, projet de loi 68, deuxième lecture du projet de loi 61, projet de loi 62, projet de loi 63, projet de loi 64, étude en comité plénier de projet de loi et d'autres affaires, projet de loi 23, projet de loi 29, rapport du comité 37-19-2, déclaration du ministre 264-19-2, document déposé 681-19-2, document déposé 694-19-2, document déposé 723-19-2, rapport du comité plénier, troisième lecture du projet de loi, appel de l'ordre du jour.
Thank you. Members, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.